to order at 5:02 p.m. Are there any public comments on the closed session agenda items?
No, there are not.
Thank you, Ms. Ellinger. All right, we are going to convene to close session and return for open session at approximately 6:15 p.m. Oops. We are reconvening to open session of this public meeting of the Belmont-Redwood Shores School Board. First, we're going to have our flag salute. Could everybody please rise? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Agenda item number 6, report on the closed session. I'd like to announce that we are recording tonight's board meeting, and we do have a report from the closed session. During closed session, the board voted 5-0 to approve a settlement agreement 03-2023-24 between BRSSD and one student in lieu of pending litigation. Moving on to item number 7, approval of the agenda and consent agenda. And after we approve it, we'll
have a little celebration.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Great. So can I get a motion to approve the agenda and consent agenda?
I have one quick question. Item G. The expulsion plan, I think that if I understand correctly, that is just an update, right? Like a 2 or 3 year annual. Update.
Yes.
Not like we're not revising anything in our.
No, every 3 years, we're required to update our plan for expulsion proceedings for students if there were one with the county office. We've come to that 3-year cycle. There's really been no changes except to removing some of the COVID language that we had in our last one, but it remains unchanged.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Can I get a motion to approve the agenda and consent agenda?
I move to approve the agenda and consent agenda as presented.
Thank you, Trustee Howard.
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Linebaugh. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. None opposed, so that passes unanimously, and now we will celebrate some of the items.
We'll have some celebrations. So as part of our board tradition, anytime an employee retires from BRSSD, staff generate a resolution on behalf of the employee, and I'd like to share those resolutions and invite our honorees up. I'm going to go in order of resolution. Actually, the first person is Paula Mancias. She was not able to join us here last minute, but I would like to share the resolution. They're a little lengthy, but they do celebrate the individual, so I love reading them. Whereas Paula Mancias has announced her retirement from the Belmont-Redwood Shores School District, whereas Paula spent her career at Belmont-Redwood Shores School District working as a school psychologist at Nesbitt School, whereas Paula has tirelessly served as a pillar of support and guidance for students, staff, and parents alike, fostering an environment of understanding, empathy, and inclusivity within our school community. Whereas Paula has exhibited unwavering commitment to the well-being and academic success of every student, offering invaluable insights, interventions, and resources to address the diverse needs and challenges. Whereas Paula has been a source of inspiration, encouragement, and comfort to countless individuals, leaving an indelible mark on the hearts and minds of all those who have had the privilege of knowing and working alongside her. Whereas Paula has demonstrated exceptional professionalism and integrity, continually striving to enhance her skills and knowledge for the betterment of those she serves. Whereas the entire Nesbitt community expresses its deepest gratitude and heartfelt appreciation to Paula for her outstanding service, invaluable contributions, and profound impact on the lives of students, families, colleagues throughout their years. Nesbitt School extends its warmest wishes for a joyful and well-deserved retirement filled with relaxation, adventure, and cherished moments with loved one. And be it further resolved that the Belmont-Redwood Shores School District Board of Trustees hereby commends Paula Mancias with 6 years of dedicated service to the students, staff, and community of the district, and wishes her a well-deserved, rewarding, and fulfilling retirement. And alongside of it, Senator Josh Becker did provide a proclamation. I'll make sure that Paula gets that.
Great.
So she may be watching out there, so let's give her a round of applause. And I'd like to call up Shelley. Come on up, Shelley. So let me go ahead and first present you with your proclamation from Senator Becker. And then for Shelley, Shelley Menz has announced her retirement from the Belmont-Redwood Shores School District, whereas Shelley spent her career at Belmont-Redwood Shores School District teaching third grade at Fox Elementary School, whereas Shelley is a dedicated and caring teacher, whereas Shelley is a wonderful colleague who supports and collaborates well with all colleagues, whereas Shelley is a lifelong learner who is always eager to learn, try new ideas in her classroom, whereas she is a team player who is willing to help out wherever needed, whereas she cares deeply about all her students and always creates a wonderful and supportive environment for learning in her classroom, whereas Shelley will always be part of the Fox family. And be it further resolved that the Belmont-Redwood Shores School District Board of Trustees hereby commends Shelley Menz with 35 years of dedicated service to students, staff, and community of the district, and wishes her a well-deserved, rewarding, and fulfilling retirement.
Thank you.
I'm not putting anybody on the spot, but if you like a few words, you feel free.
No, I started in this room probably with my interview and now I'm going out. Room. And it's just been a rewarding, I always have felt very privileged and I'm lucky to get to work in Belmont. And I've never wanted to leave Fox, so it is truly my family. And it's changed over the years, but every person that I've worked with, is part of my heart. I will take. And I started when you were here. You were an experienced teacher and I worked with Julie a bit too. So I see some familiar faces. So
Congratulations.
friends, yeah. Thank you.
Congratulations. And Julie, come on up.
I'll leave this here.
I'll go ahead and share this with you, the proclamation from Senator Becker. And I'll read your resolution here. Whereas Julie Osher has announced her retirement from the Belmont-Redwood Shores School District, whereas Julie spent her career at Belmont-Redwood Shores as a speech and language pathologist at Cipriani School, whereas Julie is a master at whipping up egg casseroles. There's some stories behind them. Whereas Julie knows special education laws like the back of her hand.
Yeah, that's true.
She is a VIP in all SST and IEP meetings. Whereas Julie advocates strongly for students and educators' rights. Whereas Julie is the queen of crafting. She hasn't met a pine cone, rock, canvas, or tree limb that she can't turn into a piece of art. And she makes baby blankets for all the moms to be. Whereas Julie has guided many graduate students as a knowledgeable and supportive mentor and advisor. Whereas Julie's family, husband, children, and grandchildren are the center of her world. And retirement will now make them the center of her universe. Whereas Julie loves to laugh and is most loyal of friends, she will always be part of the Cipriani and family. And be it further resolved that the Belmont-Redwood Shores School District Board of Trustees hereby commends Julie Osher with 26 years of dedicated service to the students, staff, and community of the district, and wishes her a well-deserved, rewarding, and fulfilling retirement.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Can I?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Speech therapist. But I'll just start by saying that, did you know that May is Better Speech and Hearing Month? So, yeah, so that's great, right? Well, I'm good at talking, but not opening that paper. So, I'm glad you know that. So no better way to celebrate it with my Belmont community. Craig and I bought our home, and my husband Craig, we bought our home in 1984 here in Belmont. And we enjoyed raising our 3 very successful children in Belmont-Redwood Shores School District. The district helped me raise Amanda, who has her master's in higher education, and she is an assistant VP. I was gonna say principal, vice principal, no, vice president for Cal Poly in San Luis Obispo. Nick is a doctor of clinical psychology for Kaiser in Petaluma, and Melissa, my youngest, is a doctor of physical therapy in Eugene, Oregon. And I hope they're on. Hi, guys. After leaving hospital administration, I came to work for this district 26 years ago. I have served many children in our district in the areas of articulation, phonology, voice, stuttering, social communication, receptive and expressive language, working collaboratively with some of the best people, wonderful principals, best teachers, OTs, psychologists, I wish Paula was here, she's amazing, and SLPs in the field. I would like to thank everyone for being part of my journey. Thanks, guys.
And our final retiree is Karen Silver, who couldn't join us today as well, but I do want to read her resolution. She may be listening out there. Whereas Karen Silver has announced her retirement from the Belmont-Redwood Shore School District, whereas Karen spent her career as a paraeducator in our preschool classes, ending her career at Redwood Shores Elementary. Whereas Karen is a phenomenal mother and grandmother to her 3 children and her 2 grandsons. Whereas Karen has a curiosity about the world and enjoys traveling and experiencing new places and people. Whereas Karen is a lover of animals and has been the mother to many furry babies over the years. Whereas Karen is passionate about and dedicated to her family and enjoys spending as much time as she can with them. Whereas Karen exhibits the utmost caring and kindness to her students. Whereas Karen is and always will be a beloved member of the BRSSD family. And be it further resolved that the Belmont-Redwood Shore School District Board of Trustees hereby commends Karen Silver with 18 years of dedicated service to our students, staff, and the community of the district, and wishes her a well-deserved, rewarding, and fulfilling retirement.
Thank you, Superintendent DeGuara. And then we have a couple of other items on the agenda, and then we will have another staff recognition that is not a retirement, but is a staff recognition. So agenda item number 8 is speakers wishing to address the board. The board appreciates and supports stakeholder input at our meetings. Engagement by members of the public in civic matters is a cornerstone of our democracy. The board has established guidelines for its meetings so that we are able to conduct the meeting effectively and efficiently. Within those guidelines, members of the public have the opportunity to address the board. To submit a question or comment, please complete the speaker card by the start of the open session at 6:15 p.m. You may see Ms. Ellinger for a speaker card at this time. During the meeting, speakers will be called upon to make their comment. If you are addressing the board on an agenda item, we will call on you to provide your comment before the board discusses that item on the agenda. If you're addressing the board on a non-agenda item, we will take those comments at this time. Please be aware that the provisions of the Brown Act prohibit the board from acting on or discussing non-agenda item matters at this meeting. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person per topic. Ms. Ellinger, are there any requests for public comment?
Yes, we have one speaker, John McKenna, on a non-agenda item.
Thank you. Mr. McKenna?
Board members, superintendent, and district staff, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening, and thank you for your service to our district and our children. My name is John McKenna, and my daughter Madeline attends Sandpiper. I also serve as vice chair on the Menlo Park Environmental Quality Commission, but I'm speaking today as an individual and a father. As the district looks to update its facilities by way of the facilities master plan and a potential facilities bond, I ask the district to refrain from investing in any fossil fuel powered or derived equipment or products. I am mainly referring to water heating and space heating and cooling equipment, as well as any cooking equipment. I'm also referring to plastic turf used for athletic fields or otherwise, which is derived from fossil fuels. We know that the extraction, refining, and burning of fossil fuels is the primary cause of the rapid heating of our planet to dangerous levels. This poses a serious threat to our children's future. Technology has made tremendous advances such that we no longer need to install fossil fuel powered equipment. Heat pumps run on clean electricity provided to San Mateo County by Peninsula Clean Energy, are 3 to 4 times more efficient than gas-powered equipment, and do not emit health-harming fumes into the air that our children, teachers, and staff breathe on a daily basis. And just today, Peninsula Clean Energy opened up the application period for schools to receive up to $1.2 million for projects that convert methane gas equipment to clean and efficient electric equipment. Additionally, by way of the Inflation Reduction Act, schools can get federal funds up to 40% of the cost of a hybrid heat pump HVAC system, making it a very cost-effective solution. A hybrid heat pump HVAC is a combination air-sourced and ground-sourced or geothermal system. I urge the district to explore these opportunities and others that may be available through various channels. And per comments that I've made at previous meetings, plastic turf, in contrast to natural grass, poses many harms to our children and the environment. These include increased heat, increased chances for head and body injuries, and exposure to microplastics and forever chemicals like PFAS that get into our air, water, and bodies. There are drought-tolerant and high-traffic natural grass alternatives that are much better choices versus artificial plastic turf. So for the sake of our children and their future, I ask you to always consider the environmental and health impacts of the upcoming decisions you may be asked to make about the district's facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 9 on the agenda is the Board of Trustees report. Board members may report on events or topics which have taken place since the last board meeting or on future events or topics. Trustee Bruno, would you like to start?
Sure. I don't have much to report as far as my personal endeavors and shenanigans, but May is and these few weeks have been months of celebrations. I want to give some air to that. Better Speech and Hearing Month. Yeah, a lot of that. Top of my list now. AAPI History Month is May, and again, we live in an area where I think that's important. Jewish American Heritage Month. I think we live in an area where that's important. Mental Health Awareness Month. Obviously, we're in a time where that's really important. I've been spending a lot of time with that, both personally and around, and appreciating our people that work in that field. Mother's Day just passed, and we are in a field that's full of mothers. We give them some love. It's Nurse Appreciation Week. We have school nurses, proud of them. And it's been Teacher Appreciation Days and weeks, and my kids have been fully in the throes of yanking flowers out of my garden and I want to give some love to that. And actually just last night, maybe 2 nights ago, I was at San Mateo County school board meeting, and we got to watch Ralston's principal collect the California Distinguished Schools Award. Was really proud of that, and saw some amazing work just in our county, recognizing teachers and years of service, and really cool work, and some really cool student stuff, specifically around tobacco and vape prevention, and just some really kind of solid work, kind of tied to mental health, and also just kind of the dangers of that physically, mentally, and the advertising around it. But just anyway, I was kind of floored by the commitment to it and dedication from literally watching kindergartners receive some awards and 11th graders in our county. So just anyway, we're around awesome people and celebrate all those things. That's my time.
Trustee Bruno, that was last night.
That was last night. I'm gonna blur celebrations, right? Yeah.
Thank you, Trustee Bruno.
Yeah.
Trustee Costs?
Thank you. Yeah, I would just echo, I always love this time period because although you reflect on the year that's coming to a close, it's a lot of community events at school sites and district wide. Being 2 kids with Nesbitt, we had the multicultural night, and that's just a blast to be able to just see how much diversity is in our district and our school system, and to be able to celebrate the dances and the food and just kind of take a moment to kind of reflect on that. I want to also do a shout out for the amazing efforts that tomorrow is going to be Special Olympics at the Nesbit. And the opening ceremony, so it's going from 10:45 to 11 is the opening ceremony, but then the kids are going to do, they're gonna have a walk-in parade, and then they're gonna have outdoor activities. And there's designated second grade cheerleaders, I believe it's second grade, that's gonna cheer them on. So the school spirit is gonna be there. And so I commend the Nesbit for putting that on, and for the special education teachers for really spearheading that. And of course, opening doors for that opening doors PTA for their sponsorship. And the last thing I'll just say is that Celebrate the Music was one thing that and it's so amazing that I attended. It's so amazing. Every year it just keeps getting better and better. And it's so invigorating to be able to see. I love the battle of the bands, especially, and to see my fellow trustees there, as well as just embrace the music, and especially how apropos it is with the Prop 28 coming into being, and just being able to celebrate the arts and celebrate music is a very special thing. So a lot of great things happening in our district.
Thank you, trustee Koss. Trustee Lineback?
Thank you. This is one of my favorite meetings of the year, when we get to hear the resolutions of the retirees. Some of the notes in there are always, you learn a little bit of personality that you never even knew before. So it's really exciting. And I just want to congratulate each and every one of you for all the time you spent. We've heard about how your children are successful, but it also, that same passion has gone to all the students who you have brought through the school, and make sure they are successful as well. So thank you for your time and efforts, and wish you a very happy retirement. Another thing, trustee Koss mentioned, Celebrate the Music Festival is the 20th annual. It's great. One of the things I like about it is you see the kids just starting to learn the music, then all the way through middle school and high school, and even, the college, the universities come and the Battle of the Bands, and you can just see that full spectrum of how they're learning all the time. And it all starts in that early years music education. So I'm really thankful that Prop 28 came through, and we're boosting it even more than it was before. So keep on getting the kids involved in music, and we'll look forward to more Celebrate the Music festivals. And I also want to give a shout out to Alan Sarver. He's the Celebrate the Music Planning Committee Chairman. He has been chairperson. He's been doing this almost since the beginning. And without him, this couldn't happen. Also, School Force and Oracle, I want to call out too, because they give a significant donation that the festival could not financially at all happen without them. So with all these people and organizations, I just want to thank them for a great event for the whole community to get together and hear the kids perform what they've been working all year long on. It's really a nice celebration. And then also regarding community contributions, so our schools would look a lot differently if we didn't have the generous community support financially and volunteers to make things happen. Some of the things that we would not see without this financial gifts are, we'd have larger classes, less counselors, we'd have a limited music program, less field trips, there'd be no Michelle Green innovation grants, and much more would disappear without that funding coming in. So thank you for the community. And it's all made possible, of course, by everyone being generous and donating where they can, whatever level they can. So we appreciate that. But what's happening that's changing is the new agreement that the district, School Force, and all the PTAs got together, collaborated to come up with a better plan on how to raise money, not be so confusing to parents and the community, and knowing where money's going or anything. Make it a very simple message. The money is going towards the children and the best student achievement they can have. So I encourage every group that's part of this agreement to please ratify it. I was at the central PTA meeting last night where they ratified it. Ralston ratified it, I think, on Tuesday. I'm not sure what the other PTAs, they're kind of doing their final meetings of the year, but I encourage every PTA and everyone who's a member of that PTA to join that meeting, and please ratify those agreements so we can keep these wonderful programs running. And that is all I have to say today.
Thank you, trustee Lineback. Trustee Howard?
So thank everyone for coming this evening. The things I wanted to point out were a few things that have been going on since the last meeting, one being our State of the District that was led by President Northrop. But that it was a great presentation, and really, best thing about that, of course, is always the kids. So well-spoken, so articulate. And just, they give you a great flavor of not only the site that they're from, but the kind of students that we are able to cultivate within our school system. Speaking of which, along the lines of Save the Music, a lot of the end of year performances that are happening. And I've been fortunate enough to go to some of the Carmel ones. And of course, you go to a Carmel performance, it's like going to a BRSSD performance, because the kids that are up there on the stage that are leading the effort and starring in front of those performances amongst a sea of, seems like a million kids. They really stand out. I can see some of those kids, from their kindergarten years and all the way up to now they're being seniors in high school or juniors in high school. And it's really amazing to be able to watch those kids grow. One particular kid I've followed over the years is graduating this year. He's going to be a West Point appointee. He was a championship wrestler for that school, and he is also an A student and just an all-around great person. He brought down the house for the choir performance for the Pops concert, and it was really just amazing to see this kid have such a range of abilities and just such a good heart. And that kid's name is Ali Lobato, and if you haven't met him, you should. He's a great guy, and just everything that's good about BRSSD school system. The other thing that I didn't want to fail to mention was the staff barbecue was not just a long time ago, but last week. And that's also one of my favorite things that happens every year. We started doing that about 3 years back, and it really has been one of the things where you see the district come together and you see all the personalities, and sometimes it's out of context and you're like, I know that person, I know that person. Oh yes, that's how I know that person. And you get a chance to look out amongst all our staff and educators, and really for me, it's just a huge glowy sense of pride because there's just so many great people that are gathered in that one spot at one time. And that doesn't happen more than once or twice a year, but it's really great. And I got to stand next to Diane as we recognized her and give her a little poke here or there. She was getting her recognition, which is always good. The other thing that was going on at that event is you may have seen me walking around with a giant check, handing out funding and taking pictures because I was also there to represent the Belmont-Redwood, the Belmont Water Dog Run, which is going to be October 12th this next year. So save the date. You get it on those calendars. But not only is it a great community event, but funds raised from that event can then come back. The local educators, some of that being our elementary school districts, some of it being high school districts, some of it being our scholarships for kids to play soccer and softball and attend summer camp. Lots of good that comes out of that. And it really is a community event. The dog run is hilarious. The kid run is hilarious. And you really get a chance to see us all kind of come together and celebrate each other right there in Twin Pines Park. So that's really all I had to talk about today. Happy Memorial Day coming up. And one last thing. There is a board information session coming up on the 29th. And we are moving to election by districts this year. The importance of that is it should reassure us that we always have representation from Redwood Shores, with a couple of more spots that give us flex into the central part of Belmont and central part of Redwood Shores, or end parts, I guess the Ferry Freeway parts. But we'll be looking for two new board members this year, and certainly if anybody is interested, please show up to that event. We can talk to you about what it's like to be a board member. It's nothing but 100% fun. But it is actually very rewarding, even when we have the conversations that are reflect different perspectives and opinions. Please, if you're interested, we need representation. The two old men at the end of the table are about ready to rotate off, but we need a couple more new. And that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you, trustee Howard. Just for myself, just echo my colleagues' comments about celebrate the music and the staff appreciation barbecue. Also wanted to recognize Superintendent DeGuara for a great job with the State of the District event that we had, and as well as Assistant Superintendent Hu and Chief Business Official Bao for their presentations as well. It was a great event to help the larger community, especially of elected representatives in our city government and local representatives. Excuse me, to learn a little bit more about what BRSSD is doing and how we're so successful. And then out of many things, I do have to say the highlight for me was as the president being invited to accompany Superintendent DeGuara and Principal Sabrina Adler as they accepted their Distinguished School Award, as well as all of the other schools in California that accepted the award. So that was a great event. Lots of praise and appreciation to Ms. Adler and her staff for everything they have done to help Ralston get that California Distinguished School Award. And that is it. Thank you.
So I'll keep mine brief. So I just do want to say that CBO Bao and I have been working with our PTA school force to create the draft agreement that trustee Leinbach was sharing. I just want to say kudos to all of our PTAs and school force. We invited 3 representatives from each group to attend a whole bunch of meetings. Probably ended up to be about 15 or 20 hours of meeting work in an effort to get to some common language to ensure sustainability and moving forward, that our program, the things that we hold most important, our people in our programs, our community events and commitments at our school site remain as strong as they've ever been. And we do so collaboratively working into the future. I also just want to mention, we talk a lot about staff and our teachers. We are also supported by an amazing group of classified employees. Classified Employee Appreciation Week is the 19th. So in a couple of days here is their official window. And then just, I want to express my appreciation for all of the people that we work with. It is the people in our organization that drive our success, that ensure that our kids are happy, safe, and learning. So to all of the amazing educators out there and support staff, thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you, Superintendent DeGuara. Item number 11, staff recognition. Diane Query Sexton, recognizing 50 years of service in BRSSD.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
And I know we are inviting Diane's family as well as joining us on Zoom. Is that?
Yes, and we've asked if anybody would like to speak to go ahead and raise their hand.
Okay, super. So they can see you.
They can
They
see
can
me.
see us. And where they're joining us from?
No.
No, I cannot. Just wanted to check. So Diane, 50
Yes,
years
50 years.
is amazing. It is a milestone that I have never met anybody who's met that milestone in education or any other profession, to be quite honest with you. It is something to celebrate, something to be proud of. I did a little digging. So I actually a little into Diane's personnel file. That is thick, but it's all good. It's pretty amazing to see technology over time, actually, right? Come alive. But I just want to say a couple things. So she started with us in August 20th, 1974. And her annual salary at the time was $9,149, right? And since starting at Ralston, she's been at Fox, Sandpiper, Nesbitt, and Cipriani. Did I get them all?
They're all, yeah.
Perfect. And,
Oh, except for, I was also at McDougal.
oh, and McDougal. I didn't- I
When we
didn't
had
catch that one.
McDougal, and I was
Yes.
there for a few weeks because Fox School had burned, half of Fox had burned down. And so just before I was supposed to start the year, I was supposed to teach second grade at Fox. And about 2 days before school started, I was told, oh no, we're switching it to fifth grade, but you have to go to McDougal first and teach fifth grade at McDougal. And then after they finish construction at Fox, then you'll come back and we'll have people working around you, electricians and carpenters, while you are teaching in the classroom.
That's hands-on.
Yeah, it was one of those experiences. So it just keeps us young, right? So McDougal was also on my list.
And I'm gonna I pulled out a couple of excerpts. In 1982, someone shared actually it was a parent. It was interesting going through personnel files. In personnel files, going back, there's lots of letters and notes from parents that were accumulated over time. One of the parents wrote, if all schools had teachers like yourself, we would consider our future generation lucky. Back in 1982.
Wow.
In 1986, somebody noted that you made everything an adventure, not just for your students, but for parents as well. And I picked up on that because when I visited your classroom several times, you're always excited to share how you're bringing the kids along, the backpacks that you're creating, the parent education nights that get the parents in early and make them part of the journey.
Right, thank you.
So 1986 to current, right? We've been doing that. And then in 2022, young students in Miss Sexton's class have the opportunity to become confident and expert learners who demonstrate a love for school and a love for learning. So it's continued all those 50 years. And with that, we just want to extend a recognition first from Senator Josh Becker. I'll read it here. It says, congratulations on celebrating 50 years of service as a teacher in the Belmont-Redwood Shores School District. Few can claim a 50-year journey of unwavering commitment and passion. For 5 decades, you have built a lasting imprint on the thousands of children that you have taught, strengthened the bond between families in the district. On behalf of the residents in the 13th Senate District, thank you for your dedication to the education of the children of our community.
Very nice.
There. And then
Nice.
there's more, there's a little bit more. I'm gonna kind of open it for you and then I'll put it back in here. So on behalf of the Board of Trustees, we want to present you with a very special, one of a kind.
I love that.
Recognition of just 50 years of service.
Wow.
So
Thank you. That's beautiful. Thank you so much. I'll let you put it.
I'll put it back in here.
Hold it up. There we go. Hi, Andrew, if you're there.
Tim, can you do this, flip the Zoom so we can see them? And flip it back maybe? No?
Click on
Go up to view up top right.
view. In the upper right hand corner, you should be able to see. Or are they not? Oh, they're in as a webinar. They're not. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you can wait for them.
Okay.
They're there.
Okay.
Great.
Wow,
And
that's beautiful. Thank you.
is that up. And again, I just want to thank you for your support.
Oh, thank you so much. And
Yes,
thanks for finding those great quotes.
We're going on 51.
Yeah, I know. Amazing. Thank you. And I just want to say, I began my career here also at this district office, way down the hall in a different configuration of the superintendent's office. So, and I had a very long, lengthy interview, and it was with Claude Turner and Paul Green, who were superintendent and junior high school principal. And I wasn't sure I really wanted to teach middle school, but I really wanted to teach, and it was the only opening available. And so I was told when I was here by a gal named Aileen, who was the secretary here at the entrance, that there were over 1,200 applicants for the one position that I was interviewing for. So I just heard that just before I went in the room for the interview, so I didn't need to hear that, but anyway. It was okay. So anyway, and then I started teaching seventh grade English, history and art at Ralston. And I did that for 4 years. And then I went to Fox. I met so many wonderfully inspiring people that I kind of went with the group that I really enjoyed working with. And so a lot of these people were at Fox. And so I went up to Fox and I was there for 20 years and I just loved the experience. And I taught fifth grade through kindergarten there and moved my classroom almost every other year, only because I was the last person they had hired for 12 years because of the teachers of the closing of schools and not enough kids around. So I got to change grade levels almost every year and change my classroom with that. So I had a lot of experience in moving but it was so wonderful in the long run because it gave me lots of flexibility of thinking and ability to teach children at all different levels. And then they opened Sandpiper and then I went there. Against my will, Sherry Ho recruited me and I didn't really want to go. And you can see I'm kind of a loyal person. And once I start somewhere, I like to stay there and be a part of that family. And that's what Belmont has been for me. So was at Sandpiper 14 years and I was at a board meeting and they said, oh, we're going to start this new program called TK. And I thought, ooh, TK. What is that? And then they talked about it a little more and I thought, oh, I can do that. So I was all set and then I went and interviewed for that position and I got that job. And then I created the TK program from scratch because there was no budget available for funding anything. So I just wrote everything myself and put it all together. So there we have it and got lots of grants. And I really like writing those grants and thank you for the wonderful check. A water dog and it's been a great experience, but it's like a family to me, Belmont. And I went to Notre Dame. I'm a graduate of Notre Dame down the hill. So I have just been in Belmont for a very long time, but I never am tired of it. I really enjoyed all the families. Oh, and families from my TK class are out there tonight. Hi, everyone. And so they wanted the link. So after school, so I gave them the link. And so we have some people visiting. And so thank you for making it all possible. I've really enjoyed my experience and I'm still enjoying it. And I just, as I said before, I don't know where the time has gone because I'm still having fun. So, you know, and still learning and still growing. So, but I wouldn't be possible unless I had great principals, paraeducator, colleagues to work with, my colleagues who are here this evening. And it's because of everyone and the collaborative spirit we have and the kind-hearted, dedicated people who really are here for the reason of teaching children and making a difference every day in the lives of all children. So I think board members, you know, that's the big thing. You know, people are really here because they want to be. So, and especially on my beginning salary. That is amazing. So anyway, thanks everyone. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Always.
Great. And we'll just pause for a minute. Thank you to all the retirees.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Sexton.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Thank you, Mrs. Osher.
Thank
I
you.
like it.
I thought you were gonna pull out a proclamation from Guinness Book of World Records.
What's that?
I thought you were gonna pull out a Guinness Book of.
Oh.
Check on that. Is there a record for
Yeah.
longest in one district?
That's impressive.
In the same district. to boot.
Yeah, we should.
All in the
Yes,
same district.
exactly, yes. Great,
There's-
great. So very lots of appreciation to all of our staff and our retirees and our unique and wonderful teacher, Mrs. Sexton, for celebrating 50 years. Next item is item number 12, School Spotlight, Sandpiper Elementary. And for this, we'll hear from Principal Gloria Higgins from Sandpiper School.
Thank you so much, trustees. It's a pleasure to be here with you again this evening, Superintendent DeGuara, Cabinet. I also have with me here the other half of the dynamic duo here. That's right, yes. Stephanie Scala. Yes, we're gonna tag team for you tonight, and we have just come from a sporting event, which we're gonna hear a little bit about in a minute. And you're gonna see a little bit of the real tag team partnership that goes on between Stephanie and myself. Honestly, we spent our entire week competing as the Batty Addies in our amazing race for our PTA sponsored staff appreciation. So we spent most of our time on that this week. I don't think we won the competition though.
I don't think we won, but you will get lucky to see some of it maybe later.
Am I live with the clicker?
Is it on? Switch the slide.
It is on.
No.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Are you gonna run it for me? All right, thank you so much. I do always love to start with any presentation I'm doing with parents or staff with our strategic plan. Thank you all for the great work around strategic planning. You know, I think I've said before at these presentations, I'm a big believer in alignment. I'm not necessarily lockstep, but I like for us to all be moving in the same direction. And I think I hope what you'll see tonight through our presentation is the integration and overlap of the work that we're doing at Sandpiper in all of these buckets. There's a lot of overlap in these, and I hope that comes through for you today. You can go on. Sandpiper has been working on a profile of a learner for about 3.5 years or so. We started when I first got here, you're gonna go super fast for me. We started when I first got here, just after the pandemic. We were still in distance learning, and I'm really proud that we have aligned our learner profile with the work that the district is doing around a learner profile as well. You see here our purpose at Sandpiper. This was collaboratively developed with our staff and community, and we strive to empower an inclusive community of critical thinkers who contribute to an ever-changing world. And you see there are 3 main integrated practices that we think are important strategies to attach to each of those learner profile traits: design thinking, diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging work, and really how our staff works together in a collectively effective way as a professional learning community. So I hope that comes through for you today as well. Go on to the next one. Thank you. All right, just to orient you a little bit to some of these photographs as we talk about well-rounded learners at Sandpiper. From the top left, I'll go clockwise. You see a student in one of our new electives. This is the Renaissance and Design, and they got a chance to build some of Da Vinci's machines. So they're doing a lot of work on that. They're moving into Shakespeare right about now. And if the timing works out, we'll get to the Harlem Renaissance as well for our 7th graders. That's a new elective that we have offered this year. In the top right, you see some of that hands-on learning. How our hands work together with our hearts and our minds is really important. And so this is a manipulative that students can use in our algebra class. And yes, we do offer algebra at Sandpiper. In the bottom right there, a really creative, I'm super impressed with this 3rd grader's wax museum presentation. He decided to come as Stan Lee, and I think he really looks like him. We do a lot of research and a lot of presentation with our students at Sandpiper. And then in that lower left corner, these are some students who are in one of our intercession sessions. This one was on forensics, and they got to do a little blood typing using milk and the food coloring. So experience what it might be looking like to forensically try and solve a crime. So you can move on to the next slide. Want to highlight a couple of things that we do for well-rounded learners, that piece of our strategic plan. As I mentioned, design thinking is really important to us. And this happens to be a design thinking activity that happened in one of our kindergarten classrooms. We are fortunate to have a parent who's coming out of the D school at Stanford, and he volunteered to lead the kindergartners through a design activity around building an inclusive playground. And so he started this, as all design thinking projects start, with building empathy. He had the students walk around in big shoes to get a real life lesson on what it's like to walk around in somebody else's shoes and how that feels. And from there, they learned a little bit about a girl who is in a wheelchair and how they might design a playground for that student to enjoy. And one of the truly amazing things, and a good example of how we integrate our critical thinking work, our academic work with our belonging and inclusion work, is that the students really design these like fantastic ways for the student in a wheelchair to get to the top of the slide. And they're like, we could take a helicopter ride and go up to the top of the slide, and that'd be so cool. And then everybody else can just climb the ladder. And the dad would just quietly say, well, could everybody else ride the helicopter too? And all the kindergartners go, yeah, they can ride the helicopter too. And they really got the idea that what we do for the students and the people who struggle the most in our community is a benefit to all of the people in our community. So that was really wonderful. I'm going to let Ms. Scala talk about Kid Talk.
All right, and then another part for our well-rounded learners is our Kid Talk that we recently won a Kent Award for. And I want to say thank you to Mr. Lineback for his work on the Kent committee, but also for accepting the award for us when we couldn't go. So thank you for that. And a little bit about our Kid Talk process. It is part of our MTSS practices where 3 times a year we have our specialists come and meet with our grade level teams, and we talk about students that maybe have an academic challenge, a social challenge, or a behavioral challenge, or maybe a combo of some of those. And what strategies can we put into place? What services can we provide for them? How can we work through those tiers of our MTSS system? And then we're able to keep track of them. Everyone knows what's going on. We're able to like holistically with all of us work with these students to make sure that everyone's successful. So it's a process we're really proud of. And we've been fine tuning over the years. Yeah.
We just listed some other things there that you can ask us about at your leisure or some any other time. Oh,
before we change, I do want to say, yes, I do want to highlight athletics. So the game we were at earlier was our 7th and 8th grade boys championship volleyball game. And they had an undefeated season. Unfortunately, that came to an end tonight, but we are very proud of them. And I just wanted to highlight with the well-rounded learners just how far our athletic program has come. And we're so proud of our teams, and a lot of our teachers are our coaches. And we were saying earlier today that we try to attend at least one of the games, if not more, for every season. And we're really happy that we're a small community, that we're cheering for them and shouting out for them, and part of that. And like, you know, not all schools do you get that, where your principal and assistant principal are going to be cheering for you at your game. Not always even just the championship, just a regular everyday Thursday night game. So I wanted to highlight that as well, because I think that's really special about Sandpiper.
Yes, go Rays. Thank you. All right, we're ready. All right, let's move on to belonging and inclusion. And again, just to orient you here a little bit, you see some of the staff presentation that happened around the rainbow flag and the meaning of the rainbow flag. You see some 6th graders on the right-hand side there. I just love that photo from Ms. Karkowski's class. From a field trip they took to Golden Gate Park and Cal Academy of Sciences. And then you also see some buddy classes, and there's a kindergarten class along with what I think is 7th or 8th grade. So 7th grade, thank you. So there's lots of opportunity for our students in the middle school to demonstrate leadership with our younger students, and our younger students to get that opportunity to work with other students of all ages. It's a really it's a nice way that community happens at Sandpiper. Go ahead.
Okay, and so this year for our PBS team, something I'm really proud of is we really decided to work on belonging this year. And what did that look like? From the start, we looked at some of our data and where we wanted to increase our belonging in our blanking on the truth survey. Thank you.
Tag.
Yeah. So how we did that is at the beginning of the year, we made some initiatives for teachers that they would greet students at the door, whether that be a high five, a handshake, jazz fingers, a fist bump, whatever that looked like for TK to 8th grade. But that we all committed to making sure that that time in the morning was not asked about homework, about talking to parents last night, letting students come in with just a warm greeting that was personalized to them. And I can say, as you can see, Miss Nichols there, that we've had that TK to 8 and the kids love it. Sometimes in middle school, you say good morning and you don't really get it, but it's there, you know. And then another piece of that was also building relationships with those outside of your classroom. So while on yard duty, while on curb duty, while walking through the halls, stopping and talking to other students and building relationships, the kids that maybe weren't in your class yet might be coming up. We really wanted to focus on those things to make it feel more community at school. Some other ways that we did that was with student leadership. Looking at some of our data at the beginning of the year, we were having a lot of trouble at recess and lunchtime with the younger ones. So we got a student committee together. They talked about what they could do, how they could organize themselves. They even made posters, they presented, and we had our 4th and 5th grade students recess lined up with kinders. So they would go with the kinders and play with them, help kind of go over the rules, organize games. And our middle school students, mostly our 6th and 7th graders, did it for the 1st and 2nd graders. So that was a great way that they took ownership of that. We had meetings, we talked about like, how's it going? What do we need to tweak? How are we going to change this year? And I really let them run with it. I was there to help facilitate, but they took total ownership of the program. And we started to see a decrease in those referrals at recess and lunchtime. Then as the year was rolling around, Tuesdays started to be our days that we started to see a lot of uptake in those referrals on those days. So again, we got together and talked about it and we came up with Tuesday Trivia. Tuesday Trivia is a fun way that I am over the intercom and we do a trivia on our star card system and our star matrix about what are the rules of the school, calling in, being the 5th caller, finishing your survey online to get points to spin our wheel of prizes. So we really found fun ways to look at our data and apply that, but also still continuing to build that community and belonging that I think is so important. Yeah, so.
And Ms. Rogers really loves to be that, sorry, you're on the 4th.
It is fun.
We also want to highlight cultural proficiency work that's been happening at Sandpiper, and this is in large part due to the work Ms. Hugh has been doing with the Museum of Tolerance. Several of our staff, about a quarter of our staff have been trained directly at the Museum of Tolerance, including myself, Ms. Scala, and Ms. Rogers, lots of our staff. And all of our staff have been trained indirectly through myself, through Mr. Donovan and Mr. Nagel, other colleagues in our district. We really do take a look at that cultural proficiency rubric. I think you have all seen it with Mr. DeGuara. And while we're not all the way to, well, actually, I want to say it this way. Thankfully, we are not all the way to the left of that rubric, right? We have some strengths to build upon, but we also know that we are not all the way to the right of that rubric and we still have some work to do. So we do focus on that. And we really find that through our celebrations and through identity and representation in our community, whether that's through our assemblies with celebration, whether that's through stories that are read in our classrooms, whether that's through artwork that's on the wall or the lessons that happen. We want students to see themselves in that space in our campus because we can't overstate the benefits of belonging. Students have better health outcomes, they have better academic outcomes, they have better life outcomes overall. And so that we really focus on that.
And before we move on, we're really proud of that we can say that this time with Youth our inclusion and belonging throughout our school is up. Yeah. So that was great to see after this work.
Yes. All right, community engagement. This is what it's been all about this week. What you see here are our robotics teams, and we actually just had, I want to say 5 teams come back from the World Championship VEX Robotics Tournament in Dallas. So I'm hoping to share some video with you of that soon or some information about how our robotics teams are doing. In the top right there, you see some of our students and parents engaged in design thinking work. Again, that integration of what we do with well-rounded learners and community engagement here. We created a theme at Sandpiper this year for our design thinking work to create and care for our spaces, whether that was environmental work or decoration work or green team work with the composting. What you see here is our PTA work on campus beautification. So they participated in that theme as well. You also see our green team there on the bottom right, and a community bike ride that was organized by one of our families. Go ahead.
All right, so one of the first phase, like we just said, was our green team, and that was with Rethink Waste. We were able with our parent sustainability group with Wen and Asia leading and Miss Correll at the lead of this was our green team, which is for 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade students. We had Rethink Waste come in and they did an assembly to show us how we could redo our whole system throughout school to involve more recycling, composting, and just regular removal of trash, but cutting down on that trash amount. And the students took this on. They were there for the first week. They showed us the system. They worked with the students, and then students were assigned to the different lunch times. And I can say that the program is up and running well. The students know more about composting than I do and have taught me as well, because I'm like, I'm not sure about this. They're like, Miss Scala. So we're really proud of that work, and the students really take ownership in how the school looks and about making sure everything's are in the right bins and where they're supposed to be. And we won an award through the county office as well, San Mateo County Office of Education, for that as well. So we're really proud of that initiative.
In that photograph, one of my favorite photographs from the year, you see our PTA president and our school force representative. It's a beautiful partnership at Sandpiper between PTA and school force. We're really proud of them and grateful for them. I spoke a little bit about campus beautification, and if you're ever down, the next time you're down at the shores end of campus, you can see the sensory paths that we painted there, and the new landscaping that was put in at the front by Girl Scouts and the PTA. But I also want to mention school force. Ms. Gala and I received a grant through one of the innovation grants through school force to make some of the spaces on our campus a little more comfortable and friendly and welcoming. So we are sprucing up our conference room. That's the place where we have sometimes emotional parent meetings, like when something's not going well with your student, you want to be in a nice space. You don't want to be just looking at a bare blank wall with some, whiteboard marker, right? So making that space a little more comfortable and easy for families to be in to meet. And school force, we have to mention, very grateful. The staff is very grateful for the support around sprucing up our staff room. It's a gathering place on our campus. And if you're ever down there, you'll see all the fun that happens in our staff room. So we can move on to the next slide. All right, well, this is team values. Had to put this in here just to thank that's that wheel of prizes that Miss Scala was talking about. And we might as well thank some other people here too. Those radios are the new radios. Thank you to Jerome, who got those radios ready for us. It has really improved some communication on our campus and emergency preparedness. But this was really just to kind of thank our PTA. They have given us an amazing week of fun. And you're going to see some more fun pictures in just a little moment, but we can move on to that. All right. Lastly, I want to talk about long-term future. And we've been doing a lot of fill the wall activity over the last month. Ms. Gal is going to talk about release days in just a moment. And there's a picture of some of our staff having fun at the barbecue. So thank you, Mr. DeGuara, and all of you for flipping burgers and making a fun day for our staff. I like to put staff in this long-term future section, because I think that's really what it's about. And Ms. Sexton said it as well. Like it's about the people. You said it as well. It's about the people that we work with. That's what makes the community thrive. For our students, makes it a fun place to work. It makes us willing to lean into challenges and just get the work done. And I'm proud to say that we have that at Sandpiper.
Okay, so we have our professional learning communities. A huge part of that are release days and rounds. We're able to use our integrated collaboration at this time and our financial resources and our time resources to have grade levels, departments, and specialists all get release days and be able to do rounds. So they're able to look at data, plan together, plan through grade level spans, through different departments and what we want that to look like, but also they're able to get into other classrooms that teachers love to do, but rarely get the time to do. They get to get in each other's classrooms at our site, and we even had some that went to other sites and were in classrooms to help get ideas, work with those teachers, learn, so then they can come back and really serve our students the best they can to make sure everyone's successful.
And Ms. Scala kind of foreshadowed there for you. We work with an organization called Scaling Student Success that Mr. DeGuara introduced us to. They organized school visits where we took a team down to Valverde to see districts who have been implementing learner profiles for longer than we have. And Ms. Walters came along with us to one trip. I think we had about 6 or 7 people on that trip. Ms. Hugh joined us on that trip to see some amazing things that we know we can bring back to our site. And also to see some things like, hey, we're doing that. That's really great. Like, that feels good. So we plan to continue working with that as well. And you can also see some other professional development that we work on. I do want to point out, I should have made it a bolder one, but we focus a lot on our paraprofessional and our classified staff training as well. Sometimes they are not thought about or, unintentionally forgotten when we're talking about professional learning in school communities, but they are a critical part of the work that we do. And I should thank Jacqueline Mendez and Paulina here for offering a lot of the paraprofessional training that's been happening for our site this year. Okay. Just to bring it back full circle, again, you see our take on the learner profile and our purpose there. But we do have next steps. We never rest on our laurels. So thinking about our Youth Truth data, we know that our students ask for more academic challenge. That's something that's been consistent over the last 3 years of doing Youth Truth. They want more academic challenge. And so leaning into the backpack resources from Youth Truth, we're going to focus on metacognition and helping students learn to be drivers of their own brain and to think about thinking, not just think about math or think about grammar or think about whatever, but think about how they're thinking. As a small middle school, we do need to do some recruiting and branding. And so that's something that we're going to focus on next year. You can see a little taste of that as we think about our learner profile there. And as we continue to work with scaling student success, we are looking to take our learner profile to a place where we can assess on those traits and report to our families about those traits. Something that our families always want to know. And part of the way we integrate and bring our families into partnership with us is making sure that that communication between school and home is really strong. All right, excellent. All right, so this has been our week of the amazing race, and just to embarrass ourselves a little bit and to show you what fun we have at Sandpiper, go on to the next. Here's just one of the challenges. Oh no, it can't be loaded, darn.
Oh, you guys are missing out.
We'll have to show you another time. Oh, there we go. Oh, darn, okay.
Now it can't be loaded.
I can send you the link.
Oh.
Jackie can show it here.
Keep going, Jackie.
Oh.
Bummer. Okay, well, you have access to the link. I encourage you to watch it.
It's to our version of Sweet Home Sandpiper.
That's right.
I guess you could sing along right now.
Did you
No,
sing it?
We did. Well, we sang
Oh, you'll see
a
if we
little
sing.
bit. No, that's okay. Miss Ellinger, if you want to go back to the presentation. Sweet home Sandpiper.
on your-
Work with that. You do have access to the links in the slideshow if you want to see some of the fun. We had so many teams and staff participating. We're really grateful for our PTA. You can click through some of those slides there, Ms. Ellinger, if you want to see that. We had challenges to do carpool karaoke. We had to find clues around campus. We had to post vacation pictures.
You had to talk about the hottest place on campus.
Hottest place is the principal's office. So some of our team, this team, the Van Lars team, Vandemonium, we just had a fun time. And I just I can't say enough how proud we are of the happy faces we see at Sandpiper. Yeah.
That's cute.
So I think this whole deck was like 117 slides.
Yeah, I didn't want to go through all of them for you.
No, I was gonna comment like on,
We have some Swifties.
as I was flipping through, the thing that stood out to me was just the smiles and the fun and the collegiality
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
happening. Really nice to see.
yeah, I was gonna start this presentation with whose idea was to do this in May-December, but then Dan reminded me it was mine. So it's fun to kind of end on a fun note. And I think with that, I think that's great, Ms. Ellinger. If you have any questions for us, we'd be happy to entertain them. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Higgins.
All right.
Trustee Howard, would you like to start with any questions or comments?
The gold standard is, are there any particular challenges you feel like you guys are working through right now that you see carrying through to the next year? And what's your vision for developing the school to the next stage?
Okay, started off with a tough question. Okay. Challenges right now, I have to say staffing is a really big challenge, particularly in our special education vacancies. We have an amazing director of special education. I have an amazing team of specialists at Sandpiper, but filling paraprofessional roles. We have a vacancy for an SDC class right now that we haven't been able to fill yet. Coupled with like increased needs that we see, that's really hard. But we're working on it. Things like Alder, things like other recruiting programs, getting out earlier with some of the vacancies so that we can interview sooner. That's part of our plan. What was the other part of your question?
What's your vision for how the school is going to develop, and where do you want to take it next?
Yeah, so I can take it back to the learner profile. Part of the work that we've done, we've identified all these traits for our students. But the next step is to think about what are the traits, what are the competencies for the adults in the system that enable the students to get to those outcomes? And then what is the profile of the system, which includes all of us, right? And the resources, that kind of thing, so that adults are supported in supporting students to get to those systems. I would say another challenge we have been facing is an increase in language learners, a change in demographics at our site. Of course, it's amazing to have so many languages at Sandpiper, but we do need to change some of our instructional practices so that we're addressing their needs a little bit earlier. So that may require some realignment of resources that go along with that. Any other questions?
Thank you. Trustee Linebaugh?
Thank you for the very comprehensive slideshow and all the fun slides. I went through them all and I
saw you.
Commentary comes through, so I'm sorry we didn't have enough time to go through all in the video. But I love the enthusiasm I'm seeing just right here. You two working together is amazing. And I believe, culture is very important, and it comes from, and it flows from the top all throughout the organization. And I'm sure all of your staff are just seeing your enthusiasm is flowing through. I'm sure the students are seeing you and the staff's enthusiasm, and it's making them more energetic. So I think that's a very, very positive aspect. I mean, just from this presentation alone, but I know hear so many great things at Sandpiper.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And I love the way you're doing, you're getting the kid, if there's an issue, get the kids involved, let them, figure it out and talk it through and go through that process, that, design thinking process, figure it out. So I appreciate that you're really getting the kids involved rather than just, the mandates coming down. I'm curious, so when you get certain, like for the recess issue, I'm curious how you got the kids, picked which kids, or did they just step up and volunteer, or maybe, and then once they do that, how do they get the other kids to adopt that process?
Yeah, that's a great question. So actually, it was the students came to me saying that they were seeing some things, and we said, hey, our PBIS team was looking at this data and we were seeing this at the same time. Let's work together. And it was actually 3 5th graders that started with me. And from that, they were very nervous. We helped prep their presentations. They made presentations to each one of the classes, even the middle schoolers. And I know they were really nervous because it was the older kids, but they really got that buy-in. And I think also we're really lucky that we are talking about the buddy system that we have, that the 7th graders work with the kinders. We have some 1st graders with the 6th graders. And we're really lucky to have that because they get a taste of working with the kids. They know the kids. They want to play with them. They want to help solve this problem. They really like taking on that leadership role. We had the same thing with the year before with our safety patrol and outside in the front with opening doors. And some of those kids are so funny. I think they're worse than us. Are like, keep it moving. It's really wonderful when you build that sense of belonging, how they really want to be part of that community and make sure it's running so well and smoothly. And they see things that we don't see. And they see ways to look at problems that I might not have thought of. And so it's been really wonderful for me this year because we really leaned into this more of letting students lead these things to see what they can do and then highlight it for parents. And then they're seeing them out there. There was a little bit though that, well, you know, Ellie said I could be on this team because I want this. And I said, okay, hold on, you know, but other than that, it really was wonderful to see. And they really stepped up to the plate.
That's so inspiring.
Yeah.
It's not only we're just educating the kids on knowledge, but we're giving them like professional experience on how to be managers in the future. That's
Building leaders. That's what we want, right? And that well-rounded learner. It's not just about the academics. Yeah.
One other thing I wanted to congratulate you on the Kent Awards for Kid Talk. And I have something for you.
Thank you.
Bring it around.
Thank you.
Take my switch hats here and now on San Mateo County School Boards Association. I present you with your
Thank you so much.
Award
Yes.
for Kid Talk, and Senator Becker has been very busy, so I want to
Oh,
thank
yeah.
but you from Senator Becker and also the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors. And here's a program.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, trustee Linebaugh. Trustee Costs?
Great presentation. That is my favorite show, Amazing Race.
Oh, okay. Love this.
It's close, after I left my job before graduate school to apply there. I really wanted a lot of months down in like South Carolina.
Yeah.
So I wanted to just commend also on the state of the district. And then thank you for being the host, and really, it was amazing how eloquent, as trustee Howard said, your students on that panel. And I really kind of got a sense that it wasn't, yes, they were very eloquent and critical thinking, and I was like, oh my gosh, they speak better than I do. But I also was impressed because it did really seem like their traits were like there were others, that they were just picked. It wasn't just you were picking like the cream of the crop, and that this was being magnified. And I wanted to follow up that with by saying the electives.
Yes.
That you were mentioning, maybe kind of revamping the electives. Do the middle school students, can you explain a little bit how the electives are kind of thought of, created, which ones end up getting the final cut? And is there some student-led discussions that they lend their voice to that?
Yeah, that's a great question, and let's see, going back to before my time when Sandpiper was first opened as a middle school, I won't go that far back. The traditional framework for electives at Sandpiper, because we have 2 teachers in each grade level in middle school, and so that's very limiting in terms of what can be offered for electives. So there was a technology elective and a humanities elective that was provided, and each teacher did a different elective each trimester. And the students kind of rotated through some of those. So as we were starting to work on building our program, our middle school program to be a little more comprehensive, trying to figure out ways to approach electives so students had a little more variety, teachers dug into intercession as one practice. So that's not a full trimester, but kids get a little taste of something over the course of 2 weeks. And then they try to think about like, well, how can we offer some choice in our electives that are a little bit more? So now we have added a few electives based on teacher interest. We rely on our core content teachers to teach our electives. This year we have a new teacher in 7th grade who was interested in journalism, so we were able to offer a journalism elective. We have a teacher really passionate about cooking, so she's offered a culinary arts elective. New teacher in 8th grade who had painting and some marine biology in her background, so those electives get offered. It's a little hard to offer choice to students, or like have them say what their interests are. Yes, we get that feedback through survey and just through conversation with them. But we are limited by the credentialing and the experience of the teachers that we have in middle school.
Got it.
We do address that a little bit through Genius Hour, and you guys are familiar with Genius Hour. You are familiar with Genius Hour. We're renaming it to Quest Time to get rid of that genius label. And so now it's more about the journey that the students are on and not about the status that they reach. But yeah, Quest Time is an opportunity for students to explore something that's more a passion for them, where teachers are facilitating them through the learning process, but aren't content experts in the passion project, right? The students have to become the content experts there.
Thank you. Just one other question I had was, when the parent that for kindergarten did that kind of like the D-Tech thinking with those cute kindergartners, is that, did the parent come to you with the idea, or did you kind of set we would love to do this and then kind of seek them out? How did that partnership go on?
I honestly don't know. What we set as a kind of challenge or a task for our staff is like, we need to be engaged in some design thinking cycles. And so the teacher had that on her mind. And I don't know if the dad knew that we were a design thinking school and went to the teacher and said, I had this great idea. If the teacher said, oh, I happen to know you're at the D school, can you do this? Like, I think they just found each other, fortunately, and came out of opportunity.
Well, I love those organic moments. I was just from a process standpoint, with having it still feel organic and playing to the parent strength. I love just the fact that my takeaway is what a great collaboration. And is there a way so that it's not just, a star parent or a star teacher that kind of, but that it could be sustainable in whatever way, whatever the event is, but that maybe that collaboration, because I bet there's a lot of untapped parents out there that just are working hard, but just, haven't maybe made our radar.
Yeah. I don't know, Ms. Ellinger, if you can go to that slide, the first slide for long-term future. That one. So the Fill the Wall activity was really a reflection for staff as they were in their release days to think about, what have we done this year that laid a foundation? What are we doing this year that's building upon that? And what can we do next year to go even further? And just above the wall, the W of the wall, you might see a little diagonal line there that's connecting two ideas. And there's like that presentation and the ability to report out to parents. And so how we can connect those two and build that communication between home and school and connect that to a design thinking theme for the year, for example, like our creating spaces, as a way to get parents and school working more together.
Exactly. Thank you for all you do. That's great.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Trustee Bruno?
Yeah, a few. Good job, great presentation.
Thank you.
Your profile and purpose, I was just curious about the timeline, where
the profile and purpose came from?
Yeah.
It started, we were coming back from the pandemic and I was new to the site. And I had a background in PLC and developing vision and mission. And then we had some influence with Simon Sinek and those kinds of things, and starting with the why. So we just started with the why with the teachers. What's our purpose?
Yeah.
And then we threw out a whole bunch of adverbs and adjectives about what we want to see in our students, and had a big affinity exercise. And then we tried to think, okay, we had a list of 8 traits, which seemed really, really big.
Been a
actually.
process.
Yeah, it's been a
Yes.
process.
It has.
And so we tried to pull out a few of those. I mean, there were things like collaborative, empathetic, right? And actually, maybe one of the proudest revisions in this purpose statement is we started with educate, an inclusive community, and just didn't sit right with the staff. And the 2 great longtime staff members at Sandpiper who kind of just took off with it and said, I'll make that empower.
Right.
And that's where it came.
Thank you.
Sure.
And then on the other slide that had this on it, you mentioned kind of branding, you talked about recruiting.
Yeah.
What your goals and needs are with that.
That's a good one. I don't have a whole lot of expertise in branding and marketing, so I'm really relying on Jacqueline Kraft, one of our district partners, and some of the work that's been happening with our profile. If you look at our website right now, there's a vulnerable moment, right? Like there's a lot of words on our website that I wrote that I think are really great and long explanations, but nobody looks at, right? So definitely some visualization that happens in there for the branding. And a really big piece of it is we know that there's stuff at Sandpiper. We feel like we're the best kept secret in the district, but lots of other people don't know that yet. And so we want to work on that so that they come to see us. Yeah. Did that answer your question?
Yes.
Great.
And I think you're doing pretty good with the branding.
We just came from the volleyball.
Yes, that's why we are gonna rock our Sandpiper gear.
Definitely, definitely. Thank you both very much. Amazing work. So many different areas that you're working on and seeing market improvement on and building on your successes. So thank you for that. I just wanted to emphasize the inclusion and belonging that you've been working on with like the greetings, like you said, to the students. I think that's amazing. The cultural proficiency celebrations and identity and representation. Just for so that other schools can learn from your example. Kind of similar to Trustee Bruno's question or Trustee Costa's question. Sorry. Do staff come up with the ideas for cultural celebrations? Are there sometimes parents who mention it? Is it a mix?
It's a mix. You want to talk about that?
I was gonna say, it's been all of the above. We'd had parents come to present different things. We've had staff that were passionate about things present. We've had students that were passionate. So how it kind of goes out at first for our assemblies for the year, at the beginning of the year, we sign up under an umbrella of themes that are for each month and for different things for each Wednesday, because we have our assemblies on Wednesdays. And through that, then grade levels say, oh, I really want this one, or oh, this month is talking about this. We want to talk about that. Oh, can I switch with you? We have parents that want to do this celebration. How can we integrate the students into doing that? And the students actually run the assemblies. Well, not run, the teachers are running them, but they do the content with staff and with parents. So it's really lovely to see that on Wednesdays. And we've had all kinds of celebrations throughout the year. We've done stuff talking about, rethink and our green waste and what that all looks like. From Chinese New Year, we had a huge celebration. We also did I'm blanking.
So many.
We've had a ton this year. We've had a lot, and some days we are, okay, we need to do this and this, so we're gonna have a little bit longer assembly. Next week we'll do a little shorter to make up, but it's really been fun, and it's so fun for the students to see themselves up there. Yeah.
Some of it comes from the parents, and I would say a good example of that would be Diwali. We have a very large population of Indian families who want to celebrate Diwali and share their culture. And that's been a long-standing tradition at Sandpiper. Some of it comes from our data. Our Youth Truth data shows us that our students in the LGBTQ community and our African-American students have a very low sense of belonging at Sandpiper compared to the rest of the school. So we want to try and elevate, make their communities feel more visible and more seen in our schools.
I was gonna say, and actually those two groups that she just listed were student run. Those were two assemblies were student run. It was also by a teacher for Rainbow Alliance, and what they did, she led it, but those are ones that the students, especially our middle school students, we're gonna run the whole assembly. Hey, Ms. Gallo, this is what we think, this is what we're gonna be doing. Can you help facilitate and make sure, we have the space to do that? And they ran with it. It's been really great. Yeah, so I want to highlight those were student ones, not just parent, yeah.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for all your work.
All right. Have a good night.
Item number 13, special programs / FICMAT presentation. And we're going to hear from Director Nwuba, Director of Special Programs.
Good evening, Board President. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent. Thank you for the opportunity to present before you again. I want to begin by thanking its services superintendent, assistant superintendent. Ching-Pei for stepping in on my behalf, February 15th to present on my department. Went well, and thank you. So just a quick overview, but before I begin, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Ponya Nuba, and I'm the Director for Special Programs with Belmont-Redwood Shores. I will be co-presenting with Carolyn Bino, who is a FICMAT intervention specialist. So I will begin and we'll take turns and then we'll finish up together. A couple key points from our February 15th presentation where we shared some of the challenges and celebrations, and there were quite a few celebrations that we had to share with you on the 15th, and also talk about some of the proactive problem solving opportunities that we have explored and will continue to explore. One of the decisions that we made at the cabinet level and within the department is to invite an external agency named FICMAT, also known as the Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team, to come in and review our practices. There were certain steps that were taken. The department sought out staff volunteers to be interviewed. We also, we then had the FICMAT team independently interview a variety of staff within the district. And it culminated with the FICMAT team putting together a report on behalf of the district. And so that is one of the things that the report will be shared at tonight's board meeting. The Sandpiper team just mentioned one of our many unfortunate challenges, which is filling classified and certificated vacancies. I will tell you that during the months of January to date, we seem to be having better luck in filling some of our positions. So there has definitely been some improvements there. Our student enrollment numbers continue to increase. And so as a result of that, what we have had to do, or what FICMAT is going to be focused on now, is we have partnered with FICMAT to conduct a comprehensive review of our special education or special programs department. There are two specific areas that they will be reviewing or will be presenting to you tonight with respect to their findings. They will be reviewing the organizational structure and staffing of the special education department at the district's central office. And they will also be reviewing the staffing levels for our paraeducators, which is often mentioned, as well as our special education teachers and related service providers. So those are just some of the areas or the top areas that FICMAT will be presenting on tonight. Okay, so I touched on our ongoing challenges. I already covered or I already shared that we are still finding it to some degree difficult to fill our classified and certificated vacancies, but it has improved. We are getting more substitutes. Our high enrollment numbers, we have especially in preschool. With respect to our preschool initial enrollment and assessments, we have seen an increase in that. And that would be at 2.5-year-olds to our 3-year-olds. We have and we're not isolated in that regards. We just had a meeting with GGRC, which is Golden Gate Regional Center. And as part of that discussion, it was very clear that a lot of districts are experiencing a high number of enrollment for our early start students. We also continue to have, and I'll say that, and I'll also qualify with it's actually improving with respect to finding placement opportunities for our students that would benefit from programs outside of our district program. So what I would say with that is that or what we're learning is that it's important to start that early search for the fall now rather than wait for the fall period. Again, one of the highlights that I'm sure our Ed Services Assistant Soup shared with you is the number of private schools in our area. We have, I think, the top two in this immediate area with respect to our private schools. Our parents or parents of students in our private schools often reach out to Belmont to complete their assessments. And so what that means is our staff is required to assess our students. So it's a combination of private school parent requests, parents requests who for children who reside within our boundaries, and requests from parents whose students who reside within our boundaries, but would have their students attending schools outside of our boundaries. So we've had a lot of assessment requests in that area. Okay. All right, just a really quick review of our profile. What you see there, and this was the profile that was shared in February. Our highest area of student eligibility for special education, again, is in speech. That has not changed, and is very typical with most districts. The next would be students that are found eligible for autism, and followed by students that are eligible under specific learning disabilities, which is with an acronym of SLD. And usually these students have processing delays, and then the blue there would be other health impaired. So the students that will fit under the other health impaired would be students with ADHD, mental health needs, etc. All right, so I wanted to share that pie graph with you just to give you an idea of what our student population looks like. All right, so with that said, we do have my co-presenter, Carolyn. So Carolyn, if you're ready to go.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Thanks for having me. Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, sounds great. Well, thank you so much for that intro, Paulina. Should I share my slides, or are they?
What would you prefer, Carolyn? Do you want to share? Share.
Yeah, if you could go ahead and put them up, that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you. So my name is Carolyn Benno. I'm one of the intervention specialists for FCMAT. So FCMAT stands for Fiscal Crisis Management Assistance Team. And I want to emphasize that we're not called in because you're in fiscal crisis. Your district did a really brave thing in basically asking for an outside look at the special ed program. So Paulina touched on that a little bit and some of the reasons why, but we really wish more districts would do this. It's prevention, and it really does help, I think, give you some outside perspective and some things to think about. I feel really fortunate to get to go all over the state and do this work. And so I think I can bring ideas and perspective that I hope will be helpful to your district's team as you move forward. So if you could go ahead and go to the next slide. So I think you've probably heard who FCMAT is in terms of being a state agency that goes in to help districts that are in fiscal distress. But what we like to do most is considered management assistance, which is the kind of project this was, where we are asked to investigate something specific that a district would like outside perspective on. And in the case of your district, as Paulina mentioned, we were asked to look at staffing for your special education program. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So what we do is we review data and documents from your district prior to us coming out. And then what we do is we, as Paulina mentioned, we interviewed quite a few of your different staff groups to really get a perspective from the people working in your district of what they believe some of the strengths and challenges are, and some of the community dynamics as well. So we had really nice time interacting with your staff. And then we generate a report that has our findings and recommendations. I want to emphasize that the report we generate is deficit focused, meaning that in order to keep it as succinct as possible, we really focus on the gaps and our recommendations, but we don't comment on all the amazing things that your district is doing. So I say that because if you looked at the report, you might be wondering why there were things pointed out that maybe didn't honor all the amazing things your district is also doing. And that is our model. And it's simply to keep things more concise. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear to everyone. So go ahead and go to the next slide. Okay, so first we're going to go over teacher staffing. If you can go ahead and go to the next slide. What we do at FCMAT is we look at industry standards, which were developed by looking at staffing for, meaning the number of students per teacher on a caseload for special education across the state. And what we do is we simply look at the number of adults and the number of kids. And we do that as opposed to using a workload model, which would look at the different tasks that different employees are doing and things like that. And I think that what I believe is very useful from our model is we kind of shine a light on areas of difference. So if your district is outside of what we consider the industry standard for staffing, that would be an area that we can give you some ideas about why that might be, and we'll do that throughout the presentation. But also it's just an area that the district can delve into more deeply. Before we even get into the teacher staffing, I want to mention an important strength that we noted through the process. So as you heard during the school presentation just now, there's a real focus on the inclusion of students with disabilities in this district. So something that we learned kind of throughout our visit and is also evidenced in your data is that you really focus on providing access to students with disabilities to general education settings. So your model supports that. Your staff has a very inclusive mindset. And we at FCMAT really appreciate seeing that because there are longitudinal studies that show that when students with disabilities have more access to general education, they actually have better performance and better outcomes. So importantly, I will point out that there are 3 indicators that the state uses to look at what we call least restrictive environment, which means access to general education settings. And your district met all of them. And that really is very commendable. We almost never see that when we go out to districts, and districts across the state are in corrective action with the California Department of Education over this. And I see Paulina nodding because she knows that this is a truly special place that you have where you are meeting those indicators. Like I said, it's not frequent that we work with a district that is meeting all of those indicators, and you should be very proud of that because you really are serving your students with disabilities in the way that we know is best for them. Next slide, please. So I say that because when we look at your staffing and look at that ratio that I mentioned of adults to students, one of the things that I will note is that in order to meet least restrictive environment targets and support students in general ed, you need a little more staffing. And so I think that when we look at these teacher numbers coming up, I hope that you will use that as kind of context. You're running a model in your district that really is an exemplar model. It is the industry standard best practice. You are meeting the indicators that the California Department of Education has established. But in order to do so, you're staffed a little bit higher than what we would consider what the maximum is. So you have a program for kids with mild to moderate disabilities The education code talks about that being a resource specialist program. You don't exactly call it that in the district, but you do call it that at the middle school. And at the middle school, your average number of students per teacher is higher than what we would consider the statewide caseload average observed in districts. However, as I mentioned, in districts that have an inclusive model like yours, we do observe that you need more RSP teachers in order to operate that kind of model and provide the kind of inclusion that you are providing. So that's why we see that your staffing is above that maximum standard. And again, the maximum standard is not something our agency would ever recommend that you strive to try to target. But it is the education code maximum that we do compare you to. So we believe that you are right staffed, probably for your resource specialist program at Ralston. And Paulina, I think you were raising your hand.
Yes, you know what, you just said it. I wanted to make sure that the board is aware that that represents Ralston, just Ralston.
Okay.
This time, this slide. Yes.
And we're going to get into the other schools on the next slide. So if you can go to the next slide. Your other schools in the district operate what is considered a learning center model for kids with mild to moderate disabilities. So these are kids like with learning disabilities and things like that. And the statewide average that we look at for that is 20 to 24 students per teacher. And we can see that you're well aligned with that. Your teacher caseload average is 20 students per teacher, essentially, just below that. So we feel like you're staffed appropriately given your model for your other schools to support students with mild to moderate service needs. Go ahead and go to the next slide. When we look at your special day class staffing, so these are students that need more support and are in a specialized class with a special education teacher. So they may have some access to general education throughout the school day, but they are in a self-contained setting for part of the school day as well. Your district recently increased the teacher staffing, and it was to support a relatively high needs. So you hired an additional teacher to support students with mild to moderate service needs. So when we look at the actual ratios, the teacher caseload averages, you can see that they're pretty low, the number of students in these classes. However, it was based on an assessment of your district's need to support students in these programs who had relatively high needs. So go ahead and go to the next slide. When we look at, again, specialized programs that are self-contained for students with moderate to severe or what we call extensive support needs. So these are students that have multiple disabilities, intellectual disabilities, things like that, orthopedic needs. We would expect there to be a lower staffed student ratio in programs like that. And what we found is that your caseload average is right within our industry standard range for students with extensive support needs. So we feel like you're right staffed in this area. Go ahead and go to the next slide. When we look at the preschool special day class staffing, we can see that you're just below that industry standard by just a couple students. One of the things that's difficult with districts your size is you really do need both preschool teachers. It would not be recommended to reduce by like half a teacher, which is basically what the recommendation could be. And another complexity with preschool is your preschool students enter the district when they turn 3 years old. And as you can imagine, that happens throughout the school year. So it's always challenging to try to understand what the numbers are at the beginning of the year are not going to be what they are at the end of the year. So you need to start the year with adequate space to, room to grow, so to speak, as kids turn 3 throughout that school year. So we believe that it would not be advantageous for you to reduce staffing and that you're appropriately staffed for your preschool special day class program for special education. Go ahead and go to the next slide. We also looked at staffing for your special education paraeducators. Go ahead and go to the next slide. Your district does appear to have more paraeducators and behavior assistants than we would consider the industry standard. If you go to the next slide, though, I will talk about an important strength that's also an area for continued growth. So a best practice we have in the industry is to use an assessment prior to assigning one-on-one, is what we call it, but basically it's a aid support where there's one adult with one student. That's a very restrictive level of support for a student. And oftentimes when we go into districts, the staff is very resistant to using an assessment. They don't want to do that, but your district already has the assessment in place. It's being used. Paulina is requiring it to be used. She's provided training for staff, which is very positive. People in the district, when we interviewed them, also had a good understanding of the benefits of a one-on-one aid for certain students, but how it's actually an overly restrictive support that limits independence for other students. So we felt that Paulina and her team have done a very nice job helping staff understand this and learn to use this assessment process. Another part of the assessment process, though, that we'd like to see the district get even better, and they're doing some of this already, is a plan as part of the one-on-one support to reduce support if possible over time, so students again can learn to be as independent as possible. So the plan, this assessment process is being implemented, which is positive, but there are parts of it that could be strengthened even more, and Paulina already has some really good ideas about how to do that. We think that would also help reduce the number of aides that you might have in some of your classes. If you go ahead and go to the next slide. We also looked at staffing for what we consider related service providers. Those are staff such as school psychologists, nurses, things like that. So I'll go through each of the categories that we had an industry standard that we compared you to. So for occupational therapists, these are specialists that work with students in special education on fine motor skills like handwriting, buttoning a shirt, things like that. You're just above the industry standard range. It is a range though. So again, reducing by a staff member would not be recommended. I think they're providing excellent support for your students, and they are providing not only a lot of direct service, which is what we base our standard on, but also consultation, which I think is a real benefit for your general education teachers as well as your special education teachers. So because the staffing at the low end of the industry standard isn't a full staff above what we would expect, we wouldn't recommend reducing in this area. If you go to the next slide, when we look at school nurse staffing, that is an area where it looks like you're under the industry standard, meaning that you may not have as much nursing. And what we are talking about with nursing is credentialed school nurses that can perform evaluations for students that have special education needs. You're 0.73 below the industry standard, which is based on school-wide numbers of students, not the number of students in special education. However, your district is creatively using several licensed vocational nurses who work under the direction of a school nurse, who perform many nursing duties that school nurses also perform within the scope of their practice. And that may be allowing you to function just fine. So this is a great example of an area where we've kind of shown a light on this looks a little different than what we normally see in the field. And you should look into it further as a district to see if you need to make a change in your staffing level or not. And again, we contextualize that by saying these LVNs are really doing a nice job in your district, and it may be enough to support the student health and school nursing needs for your schools. If you can go ahead and go to the next slide. And I apologize, I have a cold, so I'm doing the best I can to talk this evening. In terms of school psychologist staffing, you have more than what we would consider the industry standard average. As Paulina mentioned, though, you do have a very unusual number of private schools in this area. And one of the obligations that public schools have is to assess students in private schools and offer them a free appropriate public education in our public schools. So psychologists bear the brunt of that workload, and they go out to these private schools and really are doing a very large number of private school assessments. The school psychologist team has also been doing quite a bit of teacher support. As you know, post-pandemic, There are high behavior needs, both in the general ed population as well as in our special ed population. And our school psychologists that you have in the district and across the state are really working above and beyond kind of the scope of what's been required of them before in order to support these students. So again, this is an area we've shown a light on. You appear to have more school psychologists than most districts your size. It doesn't mean you have to reduce, but it's something that you can look at in terms of the context of how you're staffed to support special education and general education in your district. Go ahead and go to the next slide. The last area that we looked at is speech and language pathologists. We look at it in a couple different areas because there's different ratios we use that are in the education code. There's one ratio for preschool, meaning there's one speech and language pathologist for every 40 students. So you're staffed just perfectly according to this ratio for preschool. If you go to the next slide, we also looked at a specialist too, actually, you have that are supporting both students in preschool and students that are in your school age programs. This is very typical of what districts do. They'll have specialists that work with both populations, but then we use a blended average to assess whether or not staffing is adequate to meet that industry standard, and in this case, education code ratio. So you're staffed above the industry standard, not by a whole therapist, by 0.65. So we believe you're right staffed in this area. And then if you go to the next slide, we also assess school age speech and language pathologist staffing. Again, it's because there's a different ed code ratio. It's one student or one therapist to every 55 students. And you can see that you're almost a whole therapist above what we consider the industry standard. I think part of the reason for this may be that, again, the relatively high need post-pandemic, and also the fact that you are a district that serves students in preschool through grade 8, and those are where most of our speech and language needs are. So I think that you're probably about right staffed for speech and language pathologists in your district. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So I'm going to hand it back over to Paulina.
Yes, so based on the information, and Karen, thank you for a great presentation. I think you did an awesome job on reviewing our district data. And so our next steps, we have already started looking at our program in itself. As shared earlier by Sandpiper, one of the things that we're going to start to focus on is to evaluate and articulate a process for staffing for staffing classified support in STCs, and also begin recruiting early for a future year. And we've done that this year, and we're seeing really good outcomes. So we plan to continue that next year. Continued professional development for our certificated and classified staff, focused on instructional strategies and classroom management. I'm sure you have had or you've heard about our executive function trainings. We actually had one this week, and we had several prior executive function trainings. Our best manager who supports our skiers, which would be our one-on-ones, as well as our mental health therapists and our board certified behavior analysts, have been training our behavior technicians and classroom aides. So that's really helping with classroom management. And we also have, we're really focused on multi-tiered systems of support. We've been working on that this year. We went to the PBIS. So we're doing a lot of work. We're aligning with our ed services at Gen Ed. We look at our program as our students being Gen Ed education students first. And then the other thing that we're focused on, and Carolyn did mention it, is prioritize the full implementation of established processes. Because what we tend to find out is that we have a process, but it is not implemented with fidelity. For example, when a student is assigned a SKIA, which is a one-on-one, the expectation is it's not a lifetime support, and that we go back and revisit to see if that student continues to need that additional support for a full day or a partial day, or sometimes down to minutes within the instructional day. So we need to do a better job of that. And our best manager will be supporting us in that work. Continued emphasis on tiered interventions with fidelity prior to referral for special education services. I will tell you that FastBridge has been a lifesaver this year. Part of the referral process is that teams bring in data to show that they have exhausted all interventions, whether it be through for behavioral or academics. We're seeing fewer referrals from within the district. I will say that we're seeing more from outside referrals. So the FastBridge and the processes that we put in place has made a huge difference with respect to requests for special education assessments. We are going to continue to optimize inclusion of our students with exceptional needs into the general education settings and classrooms at every opportunity. And I want to thank our principals and our school teams, as well as our special education team, for the awesome work that they have done to support our students in ensuring that our students are fully included in all school activities. Next slide. All right, so this is an opportunity for any questions you might have for Carolyn or myself.
Thank you very much, Director Nuba. Thank you. Trustee Cost, would you like to start us off?
Thank you. Can you go to the Ralston slide for a second, that one on staffing?
I numbered my slides, I apologize.
Okay, I think it was one of the first ones. It was the RSP one.
Yes.
Okay, so this is one of the questions, and Carolyn, thank you again for your both of your presentations. I guess I'm a little confused. Part of my initial confusion was when you say that we're compared to the industry standard and that we're above industry standard. I'm always kind of, my back of my mind thinking, oh, we're kind of understaffed. But in your interpretation there, above means we have more staff than for the average teacher caseload, right? In a few instances, you said that for school psychologists. So why, I would assume that seems to be, why would that be a bad thing if each teacher has a lower caseload?
Yeah, thank you for that question. It's not a bad thing. So what I was trying to communicate, you're just right. If you're above the industry standard, you have more teachers in this case than that standard. And to support the inclusive model you have and meet these least restrictive environment targets, I do believe you need the staffing that you have, because it takes additional staff to serve students in the way that your district is, to support their inclusion in general education as much as you're able to include them with your model. And so, you know, we believe that you are staffed accurately for this model that you're using, and the model is supporting the good outcomes you're having for your students.
Thank you. Because one of the things that I am just seeing in the, the regular publications and papers is that there seems to be a trend of an increase in special education. Specifically, I've been reading more about autism versus the broader special education realm. But I would think maybe, I don't know, in your experience, if you have any trend data to kind of support if there is an increase in special education, and is that something that your group could help advise us on, those trends, so that we can get ahead? Because I would think, while that might be more teachers for our specific situation, if there is a trend for increase in these special education needs for children, then we probably want to try to get ahead of the curve before, we get into it.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question and statement. So following the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen a large increase in the number of students qualifying for special education across the state. I think though that I'm not sure if it's really because more students are disabled than were disabled before. I think that we're seeing students with behaviors that we were not seeing before. And some districts have limited general ed support systems to support the needs of those students. So I think that many of them are going into special education because it is a support system that is available, but it may not be the best way to serve those students. So Paulina mentioned some of the professional development that's going on in your district. I really think that is the right approach to really empower your general ed teachers to serve as many of the students as you can in your general education program and through general education intervention.
And I was going to add, when we actually do have another option called a 504 plan. And so some of our students who we feel can benefit under that umbrella are placed on a 504 plan. So that actually reduces the number of special education eligible students. That doesn't mean that you know, the deficits or the areas of concern go away, but it just shows that we're able to support some of our students under a 504 plan. A lot of our schools, we've seen a steady increase in 504 plans. 504 is a general education function, which is a good thing, and our students are benefiting from 504 plans.
One final question directed to you, Pauline. I know last year, it seemed at least anecdotally, we were, certainly getting public input about or parent criticism of delayed IEPs or maybe delayed special education assessments, and that we didn't have the staff, or there was something maybe where they were at least feeling from their point of view that things were getting a little bit delayed. And I'm just wondering, it sounds like we are very good, right staffed. So was one of those items, is it still a challenge? My question to you is about these delayed assessments that were happening, at least anecdotally, I can't quantify, but maybe you could, but a year ago, and it seems like it's been quieter, but that's just anecdotally. I'm not.
It goes back to that early planning and early hiring of staff and planning ahead. Because what I would typically do, had I been here the year before, is kind of project. And part of that projection would be to make sure sometimes you have to contract out. You get to that point before the start or the end of the school year, as we find ourselves now, where you know that there are certain special education staff that you likely will not get, and then it's always best to go ahead and contract. It's not our first go-to, but it comes a time when you need to make that call. So in prior year, yes, we did have two elementary school sites that we were not able to get a psychologist, but we did contract out. But then again, we were still struggling with getting those assessments done. There were some that we went ahead and did partials on, just to make sure that the student was getting a service. They continue to get their services, but in terms of the actual assessment itself, we continued the current goal that they had. So they continue to get that service until we could get somebody to formally assess them in a specific area. For example, a student could be in a mild month class and they have occupational therapy, speech therapy, specialized academic instruction. So what we do is, since we have a site, we assess if it's a triennial, a 3-year review, and we have the OT. And then if we can't find a speech therapist, which happened actually at one of our K-8 sites last year, we went ahead and opened up the IEP, updated the goals the best that we can for those services that we updated the goals for the providers that we had. And for that provider that we were still searching for, what we did was we looked at the current goal and did our very best to continue it. So the students didn't necessarily miss services. They were just not formally assessed at the same time the other assessors assessed in. So yes, we did have that issue last year, but it's better this year. And since I want to expand on that specific one, is that what we find these days is it's very difficult to get an in-person speech pathologist. You hear a lot about virtual speech, but for some populations, it's not the best option. So what we do in that case is we do what we call bank the minutes, which is we save the minutes. We owe the families these minutes. And once we get a speech pathologist that is able to provide those services, we provide the services. In addition to, we give the parents an option to find a private speech therapist, and we will reimburse the parents for that service. So that's how we were able to manage our services for some programs last year.
Thank you for the detail. Really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Linebaugh?
Thank you, and that's a great segue. I actually had the same question. And also I might direct it to Carolyn. I'm curious, you know, I've heard feedback about the assessment time, but to Carolyn, how does our district compare? I mean, did your study show relative comparison to our district assessment times to other districts similar to ours?
That wasn't something that we looked at.
No, okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
But thank you, Director Nuba, for clarifying the other part of it. That answered a lot of my questions. Can you go to the pie chart screen? And I'm curious on this one. So my understanding is approximately 10% of our students are categorized within the special programs. Is that correct?
9 points, 9 points, something close to 10, yes.
And that's kind of what, you know, across all school districts around the 10%.
Actually,
I heard from others.
No, we're doing much better than most districts. Most districts are averaging about 12 to 14%.
12
to 14% eligibility right now.
Okay, and we're at 10, okay. And then, I mean, and this is just percentages, so does this pie chart, is this similar to, and this could be Director Nuba or Carolyn, is this a similar percentage breakdown with these like 4 top categories for other districts similar to ours?
Carolyn, would you want to answer that?
Sure. I think that what we typically see is we don't see speech and language impairment usually as the top category. However, I think because of the grade levels you serve, that's more aligned with what we would see. Usually we have specific learning disabilities, the top category, then speech and language impairment, and then we would have autism. So the fact that your category of autism is the largest is after speech is a bit unusual. However, again, I think part of it's because you're an elementary, middle school district, not a unified, because most students in high school who are identified for special ed are no longer identified primarily as having a speech and language impairment. Oftentimes kids with a speech and language impairment come into a district like in preschool or in the early school years, and then whatever language challenge they're having is remediated and they actually are able to exit special ed or they transition to a different category. So I think overall it's typical, with the exception of autism is a little surprising. That's the 3rd highest category and it's not a quarter of the population.
Okay, thanks for that comparison. Let me look at my notes here. A lot of these were answered in the discussion. The other question I had was on the nursing, or the staffing, the school nurse or LVN. Can you remind me what the staffing is and how, I mean, I know they spend time at different schools, but, and Carolyn, thank you for bringing up that point about our model is a little bit different on having that mix and it works out well. Let's see, let's get the slide up there. There it is. So we're a little bit below, but you said the mix of having more LVNs spread out works better. And can you remind me like how the breakdown of, I know some of them go from site to site. How is the breakout of,
I'm going to reach out to Jinpei here.
So we have one district nurse who covers the whole, and she is our credentialed person. We currently have 3 LVNs and 1 sub. We assign the LVNs based on student need. So depending on who needs glucose monitoring, who potentially needs injections, who potentially needs GI tract monitoring. They're all very personalized. Some, we do also have, we do not have one now, but we do sometimes also have LVNs that are assigned based off of an IEP. So there are kids in general education with some health needs, and we make sure the school then is staffed so that we have the ability to handle their health needs and monitor their different things depending on what the care plan is. And so staffing is variable. Staffing depends on what the pediatrician writes into the care plan in terms of monitoring.
But each of those staff members will be at that site 5 days a week for the hours that the student.
It really depends, right? There are some students who maybe have seizure medication that needs to be given at a specific time of day and only at that time of day, which allows us then to have a LVN be in the morning part because the glucose needs tend to be around mealtime and then a medication administration. Most meds, depending on the prescription and the doctor's orders, can just be self-administered. The child comes, we have their medication locked in the cabinet, a staff member gives it to them, they take it themselves. There are some that require additional, and like I said, it really is dependent on the individual student's health needs. So the primary function of our district nurse is to review and create health plans. I think we have something like 98 health plans across the district that she has helped update and monitor this year.
So another one of the school districts coordination challenges,
Yeah,
but
so
it sounds like.
Kristen monitors it very tightly and will reassign and move people around on the daily. So Kristen is the one with the intimate knowledge. Kristen's gonna be our wellness coordinator.
Well, hats off to Kristen for managing that.
She is the daily touch point on where we are and who needs what.
And I will say, part of our nursing support, we were able to hire a nurse this year. We went a short period of time where we did not have an individual, but we had contractors supporting and telehealth as well. That provides an interesting dynamic. Nurses are very hard to come by. So we found that the balance with LVNs and the nurse hasn't always been perfect, but it has been able to support the student need.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate, it's a statewide shortage in many of these areas, actually, and it's pretty impressive your district has been able to come up with creative solutions to support student needs, as well as retain staff, because it's very difficult right now to find particularly positions like nurses, speech therapists, school psychologists.
And that's a great segue to the staffing question I had. I'm curious, what is our average length of service that one of the special eds people, the staff stay on with us? And also I'm curious, when we hire new staff, is it typically someone who's like new to the role, or is it someone who's seasoned, who's been here like 5 or 10 years?
Julie stepped out. She would be the one to answer. Anecdotally, I'd like to say our folks, our retirees tonight stay with us quite a while, which is fantastic. I don't know that we actually keep the metric there on the length of time or the average of time. That would be an interesting one to look at. I don't know that. That'd be something.
I know some of majority of our providers have been here quite a while. And those that we're replacing retirees like you saw tonight. So they tend to come and stay, and the ones that we hire are probably, they're either finishing out their CFY year, which is their supervision year for a speech pathologist, or year 1 or 2 of school psych. So that's kind of the balance that I'm seeing, at least the last 2 years.
So it sounds like we're not having a problem with churn. It's just when someone retires, it's filling that.
Right, exactly.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And we have done a couple of things the last couple of years to actually last year specifically with negotiations for a competitive salary to make sure we are positioned to get the folks that are out there.
Yeah, it's a challenge. So thanks for walking through it. Yep.
Thank you. Trustee Bruno or Trustee Howard, whoever would like to go next. I'm I'm jumping around.
Yeah. So maybe a basic question, but you mentioned staffing positions that have been already filled. So a question for either Carolyn or you is, are these numbers based on actually positions that we have or people that we have in positions? So like, would these numbers change if we fill those positions?
They're based on the positions.
Yeah.
So even the vacancies are counted.
There we go. Okay.
Correct.
Say that part?
Yes.
They're based on the number of positions we have built into position control. So we may not physically have a body.
Right. Yes.
We may have a contractor or somebody else.
Okay.
But it is the positions. It is, it's
Okay.
not our BRS is the only employees.
Yep.
So like when we look at psychologists, the number we have is the number of positions. And a couple of them are currently filled by contractors,
Yeah,
but we didn't just count those who are BRSSD full-time employees.
gotcha. So when we say kind of like right staffed in some of these metrics, we're actually either not right staffed or filling it creatively.
Right.
Right.
The number of positions is the accurate piece.
Yep.
The filling of the positions is where we had to.
Got it. And so, and as I think about like sustainability or something like that, like some of this might be currently more expensive than it actually would be if we had the position filled.
Correct.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. So I don't know if I need to ask anyone. I was trying to understand if like, are we like sustainable right now? The answer is kind of, right?
Yes, we are sustainable at this point in time.
Thanks to Rui.
But it would be, but if we actually had the position filled by a professional who works for us, it would be better.
Not necessarily. Contractors are actually more expensive than full-time equivalents.
Yeah,
House.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Right, I'm saying it'd be better if we hired somebody instead of.
Got it.
Yeah, and for some of these where we're seeing right staffed, we are contracting.
Correct. And I will tell you that some of the contractors, I know we had one who opted to remain with us. So
Yeah, oh, I see, yeah, so we might be able to cherry pick, I see, yeah, all right, a question, and Dan, this may be one for you to answer maybe. When I heard you say nurses are hard to find, but then when I see the numbers that like we have 1 certified school nurse and 3 LVNs, do we have like, is a second one posted? Like when I see the metrics, I think 2 would be good. But is it actually posted that a second?
No, we have 1 school nurse and we're filling the need with LVNs at this point in time.
So I guess my question, maybe even challenge in that situation, is along the same lines, 2 credentialed school nurses would be better based on these numbers, is that right?
That's from the findings of the report, that is one way to accomplish meeting the need.
And also.
We're accomplishing the need a little bit different way.
Yeah.
And it would be up to us to evaluate whether that's
Yeah.
serving our needs the best of our abilities.
So my question would be like, if we hired a second credentialed school nurse, would that be cheaper than using 3 licensed vocational nurses?
so here's this would be my response to it. We need to look at the number of adults
Right.
versus 2 nurses.
Right.
And how much more support we can provide for our students with 3 LVNs.
Yep.
And 1 nurse versus 2 nurses.
Yeah.
There's
Across 7.
there's
Yeah.
like 3 levels, right? So there's our triple S office staff.
Yep.
There's our LVNs.
Yep.
And there's our nurses, and each level has a different level of certification. For example, hopefully I'm not misspeaking. Only certain individuals can provide an injection where others can't.
Yep.
School nurses are the only ones that are able to evaluate a student health plan, right? So a lot of times with that overlap, we're actually able to support more kids.
Yeah.
With more people.
Yep. Again, I'm actually not challenging this. Like, I get all of that. I understand it. And I even like, I'm happy with this or whatever. My maybe simple question is, if the job was posted and someone did apply, you could still make that same decision and you could have 2 credentialed school nurses and 1 LVN that could meet the exact time needed of the tube change and not have 1 credentialed and 3 LVNs. But if you don't have it posted, you could, no one who maybe happens to have moved nearby and would be interested would not see a posting that does not exist.
That's correct. Yeah. Thanks.
I'm hesitant to answer that because the way we have our staffing right now, we have kids with needs,
Yeah,
simultaneous needs spread across multiple sites.
right,
So like Paulina's saying, having 4 bodies who can cover 4 sites,
yeah,
in that respect, is better than having 2 bodies who can only be in 2 places. Or even three bodies who could be in 3 places. So cost wise, it might work out better to do one over the other.
yes.
But we really do, it varies on an annual basis based off of who shows up and what their needs are.
Yep.
And what the doctors tell us is required. Because a lot of what's in the health plans, our triple S's are fully qualified and our office staff can handle.
Depends on
There's
the-
very little that actually requires the LVN or the RN.
Got it. Okay. All right, on another slide, slide 17, I think. That one, yes. Carol, this is for you. Just when I see the statement, the district has 16 more than standard, that just seems high to me. Is that high?
Yes, it's high. And part of the reason is you have a model where you use both paraeducators and a different classified position called a behavior assistant to support students in the rooms. And again, I think this is an area that assessment use is important, the special circumstance instructional aid, to make sure that only the kids that truly need that one-to-one aid have it. I think this is, again, a trend we've seen across the state post-COVID because, there are relatively higher behavior needs. And then coupled with that, and Paulina can speak to whether or not this is particularly an issue here, but there has been turnover in teacher positions and in instructional aid or paraeducator positions. And because of that, we often have to use more staff because they're not meeting the needs as well as more seasoned teachers and paraeducators that have more training. I think that might be part of the story here, but I'll let Paulina weigh in.
I think first, there are 2 key pieces here. The first is, when you really take a look or observe our students in our mild mod SDC classes, they have extensive needs. I don't want to say they're not the typical, but I would say they're a lot of the kids years ago who we used to place in mild mod classes are now in the gen ed setting, which is a great thing.
Yeah.
Right? And so to walk in and see an SDC mild mod class with that number of adults, yes, it's shocking initially. But if you take the time to really observe the behaviors and the needs and also consider safety of our staff and other students, it's imperative that we ensure that our students are able to benefit and feel safe in their classrooms.
Gotcha.
And then when we move to our extensive supports, which is our mod severe classes, I will tell you, I walked into a couple a few months ago and I was highly impressed. The classes at Nesbitt, they are settled, they are focused, and I think we're doing a better job of supporting those programs. So our goal next year, actually not next year, we're planning now, is to look at how we are using our behavior therapists. Because our behavior therapists do not necessarily do some of the things that we need, which are things like toileting, etc. It doesn't mean that they're going to go away. We're going to keep the positions, but we're going to be very mindful of how they support our program. So yes, the number is high, but we really need to be focused on how they are benefiting our students.
Yeah. So when I see the same thing, like without seeing a deviation, like 16 more than industry standard, but I hear you saying, is your sense that it's like right where we need to be, or do we actually need to be even higher? I hear you say that.
We could be lower is what I'm saying. We definitely could be lower. And when I say that is going back to our skiers, our one-on-ones. If you remember the slide where I said we need to do a better job of fading out skier support.
Yeah.
So our best manager is already on that. She's gonna be out next week. Oh, I let that out. To see our classrooms, to make sure that, because it's all about creating independence for our students.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a work in progress.
Yeah, it was, my next question was about, you mentioned the kind of it's all fade plans, and I heard you say fading out. So, 9.6% special programs relative to a 12 to 14%, kind of, you said, average for other districts. Does that number kind of trend down throughout the year? It's like, as students fade out, or is it, or just kind of, I guess, with 3-year-olds coming in, it just stays around the same?
It is fading out. We are, as I said, the expectation is that we look or we observe to determine if the need continues for our SCIA students. And so we are fading and moving up BTAs and paras. So we meet every Tuesday. We look at our kids, and in order to fade, you have to hold an IEP.
Yeah.
So there is a process to fading. And so we're seeing kids that either no longer need the support, we hold the IEP, the parents are happy, the kids are doing better, and we move that position in most cases to another school setting or classroom that would benefit from that support.
Gotcha.
So I think the trend is showing that it's spiking, but what's actually happening is we're moving our staff around to support students.
Got it. I think my last question is like, again, to the 9.6, whatever, 10%. Is that what it has been for the last couple of years?
You're talking percentage of students in special ed.
Yes, so like.
We are seeing a slight increase.
Since last.
About a 0.4
Yeah.
is trending, but still below 10.
I'm done.
The state has set a goal.
Say it again.
The state's, I don't want to say goal, but the state says would like to see districts at or below 10% identification.
Yep.
And I think Carolyn would attest that when she looks at a lot of districts across the board, that's a pretty rigorous goal to meet. And I think all the work that the team's been doing has helped us achieve that goal. But yeah, districts across the board have more than that.
So every year the state moves the target for least restrictive, right? And the goal is to increase the percentage of inclusion and reduce self-contained.
Yeah.
So that target is constantly it's like the reverse. So so we're doing okay. The one area that even though we met the target at 6A and 6B, which is preschool.
Yeah.
Right, and our preschool, we do not have a gen ed preschool, so we're working with our programs at our sites to see how we can improve that LRE for our preschoolers.
Well, the other thing I wanted to add to staffing, you'll notice on the chart, the ratios are different depending on how we categorize our classes.
Correct.
We do not have a specific autism class.
Yep.
However, what Paulina was sharing with us is our second most population of students, and they're the ones that are in the extensive needs classes.
Right.
Are categorized as students with autism, right? The SLP is the speech and language is the highest number, but speech only students are generally fully included if they don't have other learning difficulties that require a separate setting the way children with autism do. So even though our classes aren't technically an autism rated separate class, you'll notice the ratio there is 3 to 1.
Gotcha.
Right? Versus the others are 7 or 5 to 1. There's that consideration as we think about providing the individual support to the students. And we were talking about, turnover of staff means more aides because I think Carolyn mentioned this, we don't necessarily have as skilled practitioners in the room as we would like. So we have more bodies to keep kids safe. And hence that dual prong of continued professional development, adding trainings for our staff throughout the year to build capacity so that we can hold some of the kind of human supports.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Howard.
I want to be clear on one of the messages in the RSB slide that says we're positive 1.32. Are you referring to FTE
Yes,
as expected to the industry standard?
yes.
Okay. When you say that 1-to-1 aid is restrictive, can you clarify what you mean by that?
When we have ideally our students should not need that additional support when we talk about independence, right? And that one-on-one serves multiple roles. It could be redirection, it could be communication. So our goal is always to see how we can provide those strategies and slowly fade out that support. Because we look at that, it's almost like, for example, home hospital is often considered one of our most restrictive because the student is home, right? So when you look at a student who was able to access an education independently, but versus a student who has to have additional support for good reason, because they qualify, we look at that as more restrictive. But as we fade that support, it becomes less restrictive. So that's how we define, that's why we more restrictive.
A student will become dependent on that
I think Carolyn wanted to add to it.
Yeah, if I could just briefly, the student will become dependent on that one-on-one aid and lose the opportunity to develop other strategies to support their learning on their own. They'll go to that one-on-one aid as opposed to asking a peer for help or asking their teacher or redirecting themselves, which in terms of their long-term educational benefit is harmful to some students. There are certain students that need a one-on-one aid for the duration of their school time, but most of the time that's for like a student that has cerebral palsy or some kind of medical based need, not a student that has a behavioral need or a learning disability.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you, Director Nuba. Lots of great information. So glad that you guys took the initiative to do the FICMAT. Great work. I did just have a question that one of my colleagues had also touched on. I think it was Trustee Bruno. The slide 17. I think we've heard that number before. So it's the industry standard paraeducator staffing, and the district has 16 more staff. So I definitely appreciate what Assistant Superintendent Hu said of what the industry standard for autism is 1 to 3. And we don't have any self-contained classrooms that are specifically autism. Is that correct?
More severe classrooms could be said to be self-contained, but we do mainstream for a variety of electives options.
Sure. Okay, thank you. So just my question is, so the industry standard and then what's in the chart, it says the industry standard in a special day class. Is there an industry standard adult to student ratio if the child is in a fully included class?
No.
Go ahead, Paulina, sorry.
No, it's like what typically happens to start off is that there's some sort of the district or the department comes up with what a good ratio would be to support the program. So there isn't, I see there that there's an industry standard, but the reality is we staff our classrooms based on student needs. We have a base, we should have a base, which we're working towards. But beyond that base, we would staff based on the needs of the students in that classroom.
Sure. Great. So sorry. So then just slide 22, the 6 school psychologists, or approximately 6 that we have, and then the same for the speech and language pathologists. I noticed that it's approximately 6, and we have 6 schools that go up to 5th grade or higher. So I was just wondering your opinion and Carolyn's opinion. Are there like logistical reasons that having 6 psychologists, 6 speech and language pathologists, even if it makes us slightly overstaffed, makes sense logistically because we have 6 schools that have those younger age kids who are more likely, especially to need the speech and language. I'm assuming that, well, I shouldn't assume, but anyway, I think that's what has been said is a lot of the speech and language impairment are the younger kids.
There is a formula that we use to staff our sites. One of which, for example, if we looked at Redwood Shores, for example, Redwood Shores, looking at the number of special education classrooms at the site and the needs of the students would require, in most cases, additional staffing. As opposed to a school like what we refer to them as continuum and non-continuum sites. As opposed to a schools like Fox and Central that do not have special day classes. So as we staff, for example, we have sites that will support 2 schools. So we look at that every year as we build our projections for the coming year. So a pairing for sites, which has happened for 2 years now, would be Fox and Central. So we look at those numbers every year. So they share a site. A site like Ralston, as large as it is, has 1.2 sites supporting the site. And then Cipriani has the 0.8. So we divvy out the supports based on what that school provides.
Great.
So that's how we project.
Great, thank you. And then last thing, it was just something I had thought of. We were talking about the preschool students. And again, the benefits of being in the least restrictive environment and being with neurotypical peers. Has there ever been any thought of opening the preschools? Or not opening, but say we're staffed. I'm just gonna throw a number out there. Say we're staffed for 30 preschool students, but we only have 20 students. Has there ever been any discussion of let's open that up to the community that 10 kids who do not have IEPs could go to this preschool as well?
We have I've forgotten what we're called, but we have opportunities for typical peers to come in and be part of the classroom. So that opportunity does occur, and some parents want that experience for their non-identified students. Actually, it's part of what we use to determine, it's an opportunity for us to observe a non-identified student in a preschool setting, but it is not it's not an ongoing opportunity.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Very useful.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Excellent, Paulina.
And thank you.
Carolyn.
Thank you, Carolyn. President Northrop, can I make a motion?
Yes,
Can I make a motion for a bio break
yes.
or a hall pass for myself?
Yes. Yes,
Appropriate time.
yes.
And then hands out the hall passes.
Yes, all in favor of a bio break, please raise your hand. Okay, all right, great. Could we are going to recess for 5 minutes. I call this meeting back to order of the Belmont-Redwood Shores School Board. We are on item 14, the public hearing on the preliminary 2024-2025 budget. And for this, we're going to hear from Chief Business Official Rui Bao.
Close the.
Would the presentation first,
Let's see.
then your recommendation for the public hearing.
Okay, the 24-25 draft budget for public hearing, and draft is in all caps because per the timeline, this is the season where we get the first, a second preview of what the state budget is going to include. And so I've worked with principals and department heads to identify potential expenses. We get a preview of revenues, and then there's definitely still adjustments to be done. And I'll get into what some of those are, but the goal tonight is to receive some feedback as we continue to fine tune before the final budget. So first, a couple of key assumptions, and there's some historic context here from the last 2 years. So first of all, the state COLA has gone down significantly, 0.76 at the time of publishing this. With the May revise, that's actually estimated to go up just slightly to be about 1%. However, our property, that has not impacted our property values, which continue to go up. And so one of the implications here is, you know, I've always talked about the upside of being on the cusp is that we're insulated from these downsides. And so this low COLA just keeps us in basic aid. And then our CalSTRS employer rates are staying the same at 19.1%, but CalPERS is going up a little over 1%. And our enrollment is also estimated to be roughly flat, going up very slightly, but in the grand scheme of things, mostly flat. So lots of moving pieces, as I mentioned. So what is built into our draft budget already? Our COLA, which is, you know, per our previous 2-year CBA, our new FTEs, and then TK expansion. So that is built in there. So new FTEs, including our 2 new counselors and kind of staffing there. Areas for revision prior to our June adoption. So in the beginning of tonight's meeting, Superintendent Degara talked about our school force PTA MOU. We've used that as an opportunity to identify pieces that we think have unfairly fallen on PTAs in the past, and that we're going to take responsibility for. You heard a bit about sped staffing. So obviously, based on what vacancies we fill, that's going to dictate the allocation of where things fall under salaries versus outsourced. And then our spending allocations for the arts and music instructional block grant. So as a reminder, this was a one-time grant that was announced by the state just before Prop 28 was announced. And so we so the state had sort of announced this funding for it, then Prop 28 came on the ballot. So the state expanded the definition of that grant so that it wouldn't be purely overlap. And then we were waiting for both the final definitions of the one-time grant as well as the definitions for Prop 28 before we start spending that, since Prop 28 had that supplemental not supplant provision in it. And then some early news from the May revision. So the governor has about $1 billion in cuts for early childhood through high school. It's mostly impacting preschools. He's keeping K-12 relatively whole with a low COLA. And he is planning on using a rainy day fund for the $4.2 billion Prop 98 shortfall. But accounting for that as an overpayment of the state's obligations. So Prop 98 is a state law that says, of your overall budget, you have to spend this amount on education. And the implication for it is he's saying, I'm not going to go with this deficit. I'm not decreasing the amount I promised to spend on education, but I'm counting it as an overpayment. And I think that's just setting up the state for potentially those cuts coming in future years. That's kind of the writing on the wall there. There we go. So overall budget summary. We are currently projecting 61.8 million in revenue and 64.8 million in expenses. On the revenue part, with a less than 1% COLA, BRSSD is now solidly community funded, so we're not flipping in and out anymore. I'll show a bit of trend of that in the next slide. We do have increasing PERS costs, and then our final amount spent on services and operating expenditures is TBD based off of what of staffing. We are deficit spending. This has always been planned. So if we look at our historic trends, we typically try to keep our expenses relatively similar to our revenues. And then of course, beginning in 2021, the combination of flipping in and out of community funded and the one-time grants has meant that we sort of had the zigzag. And so the plan was always to take some of these multi-year funds and spread out the spending over several years. So while deficit spending looks alarming, it has been something that has been planned for because of how multi-year one-time grants are earmarked as revenue in some years, but meant to be spent over multiple years. So it is not an unsustainable level of very much a planned level of deficit spending. And then other funds. So we do have 4 other funds. Fund 13 is our cafeteria fund. Fund 21 is our bond. Fund 25 and 35 are also both facilities funds coming from developer fees and some other school facilities. So we have a healthy ending balance in each of those projected for this year. Fund 13 cafeteria fund, we do have, revenues and expenses roughly matching what we anticipate spending on that. But we are able to, because of our contract with Shepherd coming in at just under what the actual reimbursement rate is, we're able to cover some of our staffing costs. So we're not deficit spending there as much as we had initially projected with universal meals. Fund 21, our bond is obviously, we just have very little revenues from there. It's a tiny bit of interest, and that is just meant to be spent down over 3 years, which we are on track to do. And then not a huge amount of other major facility spends, as most of that is going into bond. So that is our draft budget for feedback and public hearing.
Thank you. So we're gonna then have a public hearing. So I'd like to open the public hearing. Sorry, looking for the time at 9:14 p.m. Is there anyone who would like to address the board and participate in this public hearing on the budget?
No, there is not.
Thank you, Ms. Ellinger. Seeing no further comment, I'd like to close the public hearing at 9:14 p.m. And now it's discussion for the board. Trustee Howard or someone else? Trustee Howard?
Got nothing.
Okay, no, that's totally fine. Trustee Linebaugh?
Couple questions. First of all, fantastic work once again. It's like you've worked the numbers out so that they're all aligned and to our benefit. So appreciate that. Can you tell us a little bit about your thoughts behind the significant drop in COLA? What that means to the district, and then is that going to stay close to 0, or is it going to pop back up again?
It's really going to depend on the economy, right? It is worth remembering that, districts still benefit from the previously high COLAs, because even if you have a low COLA, you still it's all compound interest there. And so the high COLAs still continue. We still have higher per pupil funding than we have in 5 years ago. It's a little bit of a crystal ball about what happens in the future. There is a giant state shortfall that, the governor needs to figure out a way to cover over the next few years. And I think what we're starting to see, what we started seeing him, he, like us, put money into this rainy day fund when interest was high. We saw him last year start cutting back by taking back a bit of one-time grants, right? So a number of one-time funding was announced to decrease. And now we're seeing him, I think, hedging with potentially actually decreasing the overall base spending. Knock on wood, I don't think it's gonna get us that as a negative COLA. The state has always prioritized education spending, but I do think that it'll get more and more challenging.
Yeah, thank you. And then the 1.5.
And I would say that implication on us, though, is just that we are more solidly community funded.
Okay, good. And then the 1.5 approximately in the bond fund that's remaining. There's a deadline to use that, is that right?
That is correct.
And what's
that will be not this coming November, but the one after that. So we have a whole other summer to take on some big projects.
And we'll be able to find some good sense.
Yeah, so one of the things that I'm working with DTA or on the facilities master plan is identifying things that need to be done, but carry no risk of being undone in a larger project. So looking for opportunities for, things that we could do in the interim, but with a big part of that being like, let's not, wire something that may get dug up in 2 years.
Great, thanks for the numbers. Information.
Thank you. Trustee Cost?
Two quick questions on the Fund 13 cafeteria. The increase in revenue, that revenue is,
Reimbursement.
yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. Okay. So it's not quite revenue. I mean, I guess it is revenue.
It is revenue
Yeah, it's,
on our expenses, yeah.
okay.
It's a little bit reversed, right? Unlike where you incur your expenses, you buy meals and then you get reimbursed for it.
Okay. That's the. Yeah, it's like a pass, right?
That's a little bit.
That's right. Right, like say like we're going out there and getting all the source of income. And then the other question was in the other line with the shortfall in education spending where he's going into the rainy day fund, Governor Newsom. This is a very obviously, this is perhaps a longer conversation, but in your estimate, do you have a glimpse into it? Is Governor Newsom like, did he tap into the obligation of the education and drain it for other programs, or is just?
No, he is
Everything else
planning,
is lower.
so he had set aside funds specifically for education. He is now drawing on those funds in order to keep a lot of these programs whole. So there's a shortfall in his revenue. Rather than cutting spending to schools, he's saying, I'm keeping it relatively flat and I'm drawing from my rainy day fund to cover that.
Okay.
Combined with that is the fact that he's legally obligated to spend a percentage of his overall budget on education.
Okay.
That number right now is lower than what he's saying will fund. So he's saying like, I am going to continue to fund this part, but I'm calling it an overpayment. So that there is cover for the following year, potentially decreasing that.
Okay, thank you. That was helpful.
Thank you. Trustee Bruno?
Okay, I just really think basic questions. The 3% COLA for staff was decided by.
And as a 2-year agreement that we signed 2 years ago.
You commonly talk about the benefits of being on the cusp. But then you have a slide that says we no longer are. What does that mean?
Yeah, so on the cusp, there was like the cup, right? So the state says, you get this.
My question, like, what does it mean? Curious that what you're like, it's always great to be here. And now you're just like, we're not here anymore. Like, are we okay?
Yeah, whichever state we're in, we are better, right? Because we automatically get whichever funding stream is better. And so what this means is that the amount that our property tax is going up is higher than the amount the state is saying our allocation is going up. So we're getting more than if we were LCFF funded. And a bonus of that is that it is just a little bit more predictable than you don't have to, we're not waiting on bated breath for what the COLA is with these wild, percentage swings, because you can kind of just count on your property tax.
Yep. This is just personal. I could read about it, but I want to hear from you. What's the difference between CalSTRS and CalPERS?
CalSTRS is the pension plan for teachers, and CalPERS is the pension plan for our classified staff.
So they can't choose their decisions based on our number.
That is correct. And CalPERS is also the same pension system that policemen, firefighters, like a bunch of other public servants in California are in the same pension system. Yeah, which is just a separate pool from the teachers' pension system.
Thank you.
Thank you. Everything looks great. Thank you again, as my colleague said, for keeping track of all of this, making sure we're using our resources appropriately. And again, as you said, you generally don't want to deficit spend, but this was the plan all along. And so, yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So there will be some small tweaks. There will be still tweaks before coming back in front of the board in June, but directionally, this is what we're looking at for next year.
Thank you. And then the next item is the LCAP presented by Assistant Superintendent Ching Pei Hu.
Hi. Okay, so this is the partner, right? She tells you how much money we have to use, and I tell you how much money based off of all of the various inputs that we have had throughout the year. This is
It's more fun to spend it than
year.
collect, right?
So I like to always remind us of all of the opportunities our community has to participate. What we like to do year after year, this has been the tried and true, and we'll continue doing this, is bringing it all back down to the local level. The feedback happens at the local school site council. That is the most meaningful way families can connect and engage and understand how this money is touching their students. And so we start the year off with a district-wide training where I set out the expectations, the guidelines, all of the laws and regulations that we have to follow. We do a district-wide district English learner advisory council meeting that always generally, well, it has always fallen in the middle of May because we want to have a draft ready to present to people with feedback before we tweak and then come back. So that's happening next week. And then throughout the year, our site councils and our site-based ELACs, they meet together as one, with the exception of Nesbit. Every site can choose if the ELAC and site council are going to meet as one group or if they're going to meet separately. Nesbit's group always chooses to meet separately. The others always say, we're going to be one and the same. It's a site decision. It doesn't really matter. But that's the listing of all of the sites throughout the year, all of their meetings. And then in addition to that, we send surveys to try and get additional input for those who don't want to talk in person, who don't have the time to come to the meetings, et cetera, so that we can try and have varied responses. We've made a few tweaks to the goals. They're really not substantial in terms of content. But what you'll notice is some language that is familiar. It is in alignment with our strategic plan. Our priorities our state priorities are required of us, but our priorities as a district continue to align with the work that we saw come out of strategic plan. And it's no wonder, right? Like all of the stakeholder comments last year are the same things that we're hearing in surveys, inside council meetings. So it makes sense that these two documents are aligned and are the same. So they're not two things floating out there. Goal 1 is primarily focused on conditions of learning with the additional text of academic, social, and emotional growth that aligns with strategic plan goal number 1 about being a full, well-rounded learner. Goal number 2 continues to be focusing in on culture and climate. This also has to do with belonging and inclusion, which is our strategic plan number 2. And then goal number 3 in the LCAP is around community engagement. Same strategic plan. Goal number 3 is community engagement. What we have tweaked are the specific metrics that were included into the LCAP this year based off of reflections on the past year. So alignment to the plan. You guys know that intimately. We looked through all of the comments on the survey, and there are definitely themes that are popping up in terms of what people want to continue to see, right? There has been a lot of appreciation for the school newsletters and the team building that families even see are happening at the school site. That's huge because building school culture amongst the staff bleeds down to building community culture in the classrooms, which then goes up and out to the community. So that's one of the consistent pieces of feedback that we saw. I'm not going to read all of them to you. You guys have seen the slide deck in advance. We are hearing appreciations for the PBIS work. We are hearing appreciations for the school assemblies and all of our various supports. So those actions you're going to see continue on in the LCAP this year. Again, we always ask, what can we do better? This is really kind of our bread and butter. We want to obviously continue what's going well. We can see the data. We know what we're doing what is efficacious, but we don't necessarily know what people don't like. People don't want to see more of or want to see less of. But what we heard consistently was more SEL. The social emotional health of our students is the concern for their social emotional wellness is pervasive. Almost every family's comment, staff student comments was included something about SEL.
There is an appreciation for community involvement and asking for us to promote more volunteer engagement and communication amongst parents. I think we are not surprised by that. As we've come out of the pandemic and we've started bringing in-person events back, that is something that we hope to continue to grow because that's what builds community. People feel safe again, being connected, being together is something that we're going to want to see more of. There was a lot of feedback around more consistent, more frequent feedback on student work in progress, something that we talked about during the strategic plan group last year. And this is in the work of our teacher leaders, really looking at how are we communicating out to the families, what the consistent standards are across each grade level in all of the content areas so families know what to expect. But then how are our staff supported in giving that information throughout the year so it's not a surprise when report cards come. And then asking for more hands-on learning. That's also not a surprise, something that our sub coaches have been working on piloting. You will see some continued actions, some new actions in the realm of professional development. Our principals dug really deep with their teams and their site councils, and you'll see a lot of different suggestions coming from the different sites that include edu protocols, so more engagement from students, that include focusing on dyslexia, because we know that there is a call to action from the state. There's also just a lot of learning that needs to happen in terms of what can we do better to support students that are diagnosed. There's a lot of work on solutionary teaching and project-based learning. You'll see that a couple of sites are really focused on newcomer supports. We have had a change in our language learner profile. We have more students coming to us without an educational background than we've ever had in the past. And so obviously the needs from a newcomer learner perspective are different when you come with a strong multilingual background with literacy in your home language versus you've come from a war-torn country and you haven't had consistent schooling in the past couple of years. And so that is something that our sites are building into their plans in terms of supporting students. There are, in response to a lot of the feedback, supplemental materials supporting math specifically. We do not have a new adoption coming to us until the 25-26 school year at the earliest, thanks to the state timeline. So we are looking to supplement our instruction in the classrooms and providing supplemental materials. You'll see more after-school intervention on site in addition to the ELOP that we're offering. And then you'll also see continued planning for teacher release time, giving teachers time to talk together, to look at data, to really pay attention to what they're seeing from their students and then plan accordingly. The financial allocations are as such in the LCAP. I mean, I'm sure you've read the document. I say you're welcome in advance because it's shorter this year than it has been in years past. We have exactly 1.193928 in terms of LCF supplemental, and 512,384 is being spent by the district office. 100% of those funds are being utilized this year to cover the gap between what school force funds and what we fund for reading specialists, which leaves the remainder of the dollars. And you'll notice that the sites are getting a little bit more than 50%. We wanted to make sure we didn't cut their allocations from years previously. So that's the individual site allocation, and they do vary because they have different numbers of students. So they have dollars that are planned for and expended in the LCAP. There are a number of services. This is not the full listing, but this is a sampling of some of the services that our sites have put in to increase quantity and or improve quality of instruction, principally directed towards our unduplicated pupils. Because remember, the LCF supplemental dollars are extra dollars we receive for every child who is either an English learner, a foster youth, or socioeconomically disadvantaged. So in turn, those dollars are principally spent on that population that brings in the extra dollars. So that's a listing of some of the increased and improved services for 24-25. We're here at the public hearing today, so I'm going to recommend that you open the hearing for public comments, after which we will take any comments that come in from here, from our DLAC group that meets next week, and from feedback from the County Office of Education, who are reviewing our draft right now, and bring back a final version for you for formal approval and adoption on June 20th.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Hu. I'd like to open the public hearing on the LCAP at 9:32 p.m. Are there any public comments on the LCAP?
No, there are not.
Thank you, Ms. Ellinger. See no further comment. I'd like to close the public hearing at 9:32 p.m. Now I'd like to open it up to our board for comment or discussion. Trustee Howard?
Keep on trucking.
I'm gonna switch now. Trustee Bruno.
I second trustee Howard's comments.
Trustee Cost?
Just one comment, the newcomer support, can you give an example of what that looks like?
So our reading specialist, I mean, just by chance, we were having our monthly meeting today. One of the pieces, our reading specialists are also our ELD specialists who do the designated ELD in a pull-out model throughout the week. This is why we spend so much money from LCF supplemental to support them. We've had curriculum specifically to support English learners. We were talking with the publisher today about how the materials though are high interest and low level in terms of decodability and ease of decodability. We were talking about how the curriculum really isn't meeting the needs of our students and really thinking about what can they provide us differently that is more hands-on, that is more basic, that is more around survival language, because the students that we're getting now are having different needs than 3 years ago. When we first purchased the eyelet, we had a lot of kids who were English learners, who were older. I mean, we have that, that's normal. But they came with an educational background. So it was really important to have mature content for them that didn't look like a baby book as they were learning how to decode in English. But they weren't learning necessarily all of the literacy skills. What we're seeing now in a lot of our new arrivals is a lack of literacy background. So it's not really sufficient to give them something that looks appropriate, that's talking about things that are really kind of relevant to 12-year-olds. It would be great to have high interest content, but we really need to teach them basic conversation skills, survival language, basic literacy, how books are, right? Like all the things that we do with our real youngsters. We have a lot of kids who've had disrupted years before coming to us. And so we just have a different need. So looking at the curriculum that we're going to be purchasing for them is one component. We are going to use Title II funds for that, right? Or sorry, Title III funds for language learners.
That's interesting. So do you feel that more of it is maybe centered around experiential? Is that what you mean by kind of survival? It's like kind of getting them to be able to handle the day-to-day in a foreign language country.
Yeah, I mean, it's overwhelming, right? If we were to pick you up and drop you off in a country where you spoke nothing and did not know how the language looked, right? Like that is exhausting and overwhelming. So our reading/ELD specialists are wonderful. They are the safe haven for the kids. That's the place where they can have fun. So there's a lot that we spent this year in terms of playing games, because that social interaction, building a trust and relationship is huge. It's something that the group and I are also really carefully looking at, is just the numbers, right? We are not a huge district. It has not made financial sense up until this point, and I don't know that it does even today. It has not made sense to have, say, a newcomer classroom. Some districts that have more students with more arrivals on a consistent basis will have a newcomer classroom where kids who are brand new will land in for a few weeks, get acclimated, get some survival language before going to their home school, and then, going about school regularly. We haven't had the numbers to support that from a fiscal manner, but that's just something that we're keeping an eye on, because at some point the scale may tip. And that may be a recommendation that I bring to position control to say, hey, we need a specific classroom. I don't think our numbers at the moment warrant that.
Yeah, great comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Linebaugh?
Just really briefly, slides 5 and 6 with the what can we do better, or what are we doing great? What can we do better? Great comments. Nothing was a surprise there. It's all stuff that I would expect to be on those slides.
Yeah.
Very happy we're focusing on those. One area I just wanted to ask about was professional development. What is changing in this LCAP from previous LCAPs?
So the focus at the site level, I think our principals are getting really good now at looking at data and pulling in presenters and providing professional development at the site level. That's going to be different. There are some things that we're planning that we've been working on between me and Julie in terms of like the new staff orientation and the long-term plan of professional development that is not LCAP related at all, because it's not a
it's not a supplemental cost item, but it is a functioning within our district of having more ongoing trainings throughout the year for our new staff that veteran folks can also attend in kind of a more timely manner, right? Like we welcome our new staff the first 2 days in August. We give them a whole bunch of information about our culture and we say, we'll tell you about all this as it goes, and it falls on the sites, but we know that we have limited staff meeting time. So one of the solutions is really providing something district hosted of report cards are coming up. Come to the district office and I'll train you how to use the Illuminate system. So your principal doesn't have to devote half an hour of staff time to it, but I'll train you, I'll answer all your questions, I'll make sure you're in. So there is a lot being built into the calendar for next year that has nothing to do with LCAP to support professional development on a more ongoing basis. But at the site level, you'll notice Fox doing several different things related to literacy and executive functioning. You'll see a lot of diversity, equity, inclusion work and learner profile work at Sandpiper. You'll see continued work writing and reading workshop with coaching and IB work at Nesbitt. So every site is doing what makes the most sense for them, which is how we want them spending their local dollars.
Thank you.
Trustee Howard.
You think the reorg of how we were doing Wednesdays within our contract help with that?
Yes.
Assessment to the people?
Yes. We have done some anecdotal checking in. The principals like it. I mean, they still don't feel like they have enough time with their staff. I think that's the reality, right? There's a limit to how much time we have. But I have heard from the teachers, various teachers and through various formats that they like the split time and being able to utilize it better. They feel like it's a little bit more effective. Great.
Yeah.
It's, yes, just. If you have an additional question. Okay, go for it.
I thought you were gonna say keep on track. Go ahead.
I know I did. So that's what yeah. And just the fourth one there, I'm just curious what for the second half of bullet 4.
Yeah.
Like what is, not the answer, like what's either currently happening or in the works for that?
This is something, promoting volunteer engagement is something that is happening at the sites.
Sorry, no, the need for differentiated teaching to support advanced students.
This is something that is part of our MTSS work.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's anything specific for our advanced students. Our responsibility is to make sure all students make progress, right? And our primary responsibility is to make sure that all of our kids are reading by 3rd grade so that they are successful in life.
Yeah.
And so the reality of it is we do spend more time and energy closing the gap than we do advancing the students, but it is a high priority for us. You'll notice, I mean, that's part of why we switched to the screener on FastBridge, right? One is because it gives us more precise information about where the gaps are so we can address the gaps and instructional needs. But 2 is it allows us to look at growth at a much more refined manner that isn't about, it isn't me doing data analytics. Within FastBridge, the reports show who has made standard growth, flatline growth, and who's stagnating and who's made accelerated growth. And that is the number one step to making sure our advanced students are getting what they need, making sure their growth isn't stagnating.
Keep on track.
Thank you.
Yes. So yes, just thank you for all of the work on this and especially for all of the things that you're working on for improved services. I think it's great. Takes into account what we've heard about more newcomers and more supports for English learners. So yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Great. Happy reading. Can't wait to bring the final draft to you. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Okay, item number 16, facilities bond update, and we will hear from Chief Business Official Wood Powell.
That's me. So as the board knows, we have been working on our facilities master plan and doing all the diligence. We had a facilities update at the last board meeting about that. A separate but connected question is how will we fund all these ideas and opportunities coming out of our facilities master plan? The last time that, although we recently issued this $10 million bond, the last time that voters approved a measure was in 2014, which was the Measure I bond program, in which we did not fully spend that amount and thus had a remaining amount authorized to issue. So in the interest of exploring a bond measure, you have in front of you what a draft resolution could look like that the board could choose to approve in order to put a bond on the ballot. This resolution was developed working in partnership with our architects who have been working on our facilities master plan to ensure that the language covers the themes that we're seeing in that. It has also gone through our bond counsel, David Kasnoka from Stradling, who has written the resolutions for our last many, if not all bonds, and as well as Team Civics, who Superintendent DeGuara and I have been working with on community outreach and education. So this is as a discussion item, if the board has any feedback regarding resolution language before bringing it as an action item.
Thank you, Chief Business Official Bao. Anyone have any questions or comments on the draft resolution or the overall plan? Trustee Lineback.
Thank you. So kind of associated with this, of course, is the facilities master plan. Can you remind me, what's the timeline to get that finalized? And do we have timeline for that?
The fall. Yeah, so
okay.
Where we are right now is looking at the entire world of possible projects, but not yet either a prioritization framework nor a actual decision about prioritization that usually comes along in the implementation plan. So the facilities master plan itself will not offer any prioritization.
Got it. So it's kind of chicken and egg here, of course. We want to have, in order to create the bond language, we want to make sure that anything that we want to spend the money on is covered in there, but yet we haven't yet finalized the facilities master plan. So
and the project list in this, so the list of possible projects has been sent to our bond counsel to take into effect in creating this language.
Okay, so everything that's potential even on that facilities master plan is covered in the language here.
Yes, if you could pull up, so on a bond language, there is the overall, so the upfront part is the rationale for why we would place a bond language on here. Followed by the areas that, where we saw major themes around, followed by, right, so the project list here, which as you will notice, there's overall goals, and these are the themes that we're seeing. We don't expect the themes to change too much. And then finally, there is, starting with page B3, a single spaced list of possible projects.
Yeah. So the people who wrote this looked at the draft facilities master plan to come up with.
That is correct.
Cool. And then I noticed in Exhibit A, it has two numbers, 171 million and 11.7 million annually. Can you remind me how those numbers were calculated?
Sorry,
Exhibit A, it's page 7.
Page 7. Exhibit A. Yes, so this was adopted in conjunction with our financial advisor. And essentially there are rules around the maximum tax rate that can be collected, right? So that we are unable to, for example, impose $1 million tax on every homeowner. That would be ludicrous.
Yeah.
And so that's why there's the annual amount. So when you take that $29 per $100,000 of assessed value, it is assessed value, not market value. That is the 11.7 is the annual rate. When you sell a bond, it matures over several years. And so there's a cumulative, depending on certain issuance assumptions. We have built in the assumption of 3 issuances, adding up to a total of
Okay.
71 million.
And that's based on every property in the district, the assessed value of that
Mhm.
100,000 times 29 equals that.
Yeah.
amount. Okay, great.
Thank you. Trustee Howard?
The possibility of incorporating language like, whereas we strive to be the most dominant elementary school district in the universe.
We can certainly take that into, we can get bond councils, thoughts on that?
Okay.
Any other questions or comments?
Just where does this get at? Is it because of a public document that's on our website? Does it go to the state so that they can monitor? Like, where does this get housed, this?
If the board were to approve the resolution, it would then go to San Mateo County Office of Registrar. There we go.
Yeah.
And then this goes out to the public to view?
In the,
Exhibit A would go on the ballot itself. That would be the
Exactly.
language in the.
But all this whereas would go into the guide, the voters?
This
No,
This is Exhibit A and.
That's what I'm saying. This is a
Exhibit B.
resolution, so.
But Exhibit A and Exhibit B
Would
are
go
the
there.
actual language that go in the voter guide.
Got it. Okay, oh yeah, got it, I see it now.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, great. Thank you very much. Ms. Bao. And then item number 17
still me.
is, and is an action item.
Yes, so there are a number of construction projects happening this summer. The main one is TK. Another one is our Ralston Gym roof replacement. Many of you have noticed the beautiful tarp covering that we have. As lovely as it is, we do not intend for that to be permanent. And we do intend to fix that before some of the roof leaks really start damaging our walls. So this project was bid out. Unfortunately, the bids did come in higher than what we had initially anticipated, but still well within our bond budget. So despite the fact that it is higher, we are recommending not going out for a second bid in order to lock in the timing for the summer. So it is recommended that we approve the lowest received bid in the amount of $671,000 with an additive alternate that the additive alternate provides some coating on some of the metal awnings that we felt was also good preventative work.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
I'm assuming that this obviously can wait till the summertime, I mean.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry,
Yeah, I know, I mean, the construction work, I mean, I'm assuming that if you felt like because you're saying like mold, not mold or anything, but.
Not mold, no, just that when it rains, there's leaks.
Right, so that and there are current leaks now a little bit?
Hence the tarp, yes.
Yeah, okay, so I guess what I'm saying though is if you felt that it was needed to start before the summertime, then it would have.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Yes, trustee Linebaugh.
I agree with you. The bids are higher than expected. I won't delve into that. I trust your judgment and you've always done the best for the district, make sure we get the best deal possible. But I'm curious, how old is the current roof?
I believe it is 20 to 30 years. I mean, it is definitely, so a couple of things interesting about the current roof. It is nearing its end of life, definitely approaching there a little bit earlier than I think anticipated. But also when you look at all the Ralston roofs, they're generally metal roofs except for the gym. The theory is that I think we ran out of budget when we were building, and so therefore decided to go for the cheaper shingles, which have a lower lifespan. It's like 20 to 30 years versus the I think 40 to 50 years for the metal shingles, for the metal roof with the rest of the campus has. So in doing this, we are opting to bring that up to the standard that we seem to have for the rest of the campus. I have not gone archive diving into why 30 years ago we chose the shingles. But again, given that TK did come under budget, I think it is the right long-term play to go for the better roof.
Okay, for some reason I thought it was younger than that and I was gonna question that, but yeah, that sounds about right, 20, 30 years. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay. So it is recommended that we approve the bid proposal. Can I get someone to motion that we approve the bid proposal?
So moved.
Do we need to say it out loud?
Second.
I like that.
All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. Okay, all passes unanimously. All right, and then item number 18, board bylaw 9250, remuneration.
Remuneration.
Yes. Reimbursement and other benefits.
Yes, so before you tonight is an item for information/discussion. Board bylaw 9250 talks about reimbursement, benefits and monthly stipends for board members. Currently, we do have board bylaw 9250. It provides for very modest reimbursement, or I should say stipend, for board members. California Education Code has changed somewhat significantly over time since we took a look at it last. The idea is with the election to by trustee areas, as we're bringing on more community members, making access to a board seat more accessible. We don't, the board wanted to possibly think about whether or not any changes to that board policy were applicable.
Thank you, Superintendent DeGuara.
I should just say the two attachments are our current board policy, followed by the CSBA recommendation. In terms of language between the two, they're pretty much identical with the exception of the specific terms.
Great, thank you. And thank you especially for putting one of the attachments being our current bylaws, which were last reviewed in 2015, and then giving us the one from CSBA where you highlighted the different options we have. So this is just a discussion right now, so just wanted to hear everybody's ideas. I'm looking at the one where Superintendent DeGuara highlighted the different options. And also, sorry, just to start us off, as Superintendent DeGuara said, we are going to the trustee area elections, as we all know. If we were to make a change in this, it would not take effect until after the election. I wanted to bring this to the board for us to start discussing now, so we can see where we are before we have that board info session at the end of the month. So I think the overall idea is that, of course, we're all doing this out of the goodness of our hearts. But when it is a lower amount, that tends to make it that people who are lower income, who are younger, people who have childcare challenges, they may not volunteer for the role. So looking into it, I've just seen different things of lots of city councils nearby have been increasing their stipend. And it was actually a state law was updated so that the city councils could do it. Interestingly, the state law does not apply to school boards. But under the current ed code, we could increase ours already. So some of the surrounding towns are doing like $900 a month. We are not allowed to do that. I believe the highest we could go would be $240 a month. Yes. But yeah, some of the city councils around in the surrounding area are going to like 900. And there was a state law that was recently changed that allows them to do that. But our ed code, sorry, just to summarize, I think part of it is just the ed code has changed since 2015 and our bylaws have not changed since 2015 is my guess of part of the discrepancy between our bylaw of $40 and what the ed code says.
Question on the ed code is, so just like the state went up a little bit for city councils, did the ed code get revised to this when the 240 maximum? Is that, did they revise it a couple of years ago?
I honestly, I'm not sure the exact timeline. It was interesting, I will say, because CSBA shows their last review as 8/2013. Where our last review was 10/2015. So I'm assuming our board had some conversation around the 2015 mark and decided on that $40 number. When I looked up ed code for this conversation, the title says 2023 California ed code. I don't know that when it says that these are revised on here. It looks like this was a recent revision as well, amended effective January 1. So it looks like this is, my guess is CSBA is probably in the process of updating their board policy, but just hasn't done so yet.
Thank you.
Yeah, so open it up for thoughts and questions.
I'll start. So I read some of the, thank you for sending those articles around for San Carlos and a bunch of the other city council. And like you had said, President Murtha, that it ranges from, just having being able to address the diversity in our community and to be able to get the volunteerism that hopefully is not that economics, right? Fiscal responsibilities are not getting in the way. So, getting a wide representation of those who might want to do it but are held back by this not unsubstantial and valid obstacle, which is like lower income, childcare, even just driving around. I think, like you said, it's not the reasons for wanting to volunteer, but sometimes the reality of our area and where we are and the cost of living. And so I can see if we felt that is and I do feel it's a legitimate obstacle for sure. And so we should not just get people who can, be self-sustaining, and maybe even those who can be self-sustaining. It still merits consideration. So I think I'm in agreement to kind of look at it, and I don't know what the magic number is. I know that they've raised it to 980. I thought it was that was the amount, but it's 950, 980. So city councils are definitely increasing it from where they were, according to these recent articles. And so I don't know either way if we have data to say it's a monetary thing, but I do think if we felt we could go up, I will share on the flip side. The one con that I do see is I don't want this to be a fiscal impairment to the district. So I would like, CBO Battle to weigh in terms of what that acceptable range might be. I don't know how the $40 was made. And so, but I do think maybe that, if other districts are revisiting it, it makes sense for us to revisit it and hopefully find a balance between offering some compensation, because again, we don't have to accept it. Board members do not have to accept it. But I feel like they should not feel like they can't accept it. And, if that would help them, because when these meetings, if you don't have a village to support you, you might need childcare. And if you're a single parent, that is a definite thing of once a month for sure. Then in addition to volunteering and representing the district at school site events. So that's I do think I would like to hear from the district side about our funding for it, but I think I would be amenable to an increase of some sort.
So just a quick calculation, 240 times 12 months is roughly 14,400. If every board member accepted the stipend.
14,400.
It's a 240 max. And I will just say, just for clarity, I think the articles were shared to share some of rationale why some city councils, we are different than city councils.
I understand that. And can you give some perspective on where that would fit in?
It comes out of the general fund. I think that actually is per ed code. So it would be just another line item on the budget.
Is that sustainable from your perspective?
I mean, Superintendent DeGora has heard me say this, but like we can always afford. We can afford anything, but oftentimes when you get in trouble with your budget, it's the addition of several small things. It's small things that adds up. As some context, there was a chain kind of going around doing some informal benchmarking, and most of our, or at least everyone who responded amongst the CBO group around board compensation in our neighboring districts were all 100% volunteer.
100% volunteer. Interesting.
May I ask if you reached out to the high school district?
I'm sorry, this was not a reach out from me. I was just.
Oh, sorry.
Others. I do not see high school districts on this.
That would be something I would be interested in as well. And yeah.
The high school district.
The high school district, yeah.
Well, we can provide more information to the board and see. I haven't seen that listserv go around, at least recently. CBOs. I can probably share that with the board via board update if that's helpful.
Thank you.
And or reach out to high schools. So I'll see if I can reach out to my colleagues.
Okay, great. Thank you.
What are we, like maybe better process, like what are we limiting ourselves to? Like, are we saying we're talking about the possibility of talking about raising the number from 40 to 240 or anywhere in the middle? Something of like, it has to meet some standard, like it's either.
Yes, so no, the board can determine, the provision says size of the school district, the governing board of the school district who attends all meetings held may receive as compensation for regular member services a sum not to exceed $240 in any month. So I will say,
number below that.
It can be any number below that. I believe there are other provisions where a board can raise that number by a percentage. I don't recall the exact percentage once it's established. So in theory, a board, it's kind of a slippery slope, could continue to make adjustments from there after that starting point. I lost my train of thought. Yeah. In terms of where we land, so this agenda item was put on the agenda board request for just conversation, and really it is at the discretion of the board.
And as public servants, this public knowledge.
Yes.
Yes.
Like the public would know if you accepted it or not. Like the people really pay $40 a month right now.
Yeah. So
Like if we're saying it's a.
I will just say, because I know, I don't think any of you would mind. None of our board members are currently receiving their stipend. They've all, I'm likely to say that it goes on Transparent California if folks do receive a stipend. I'm not sure that that's.
I don't actually care that much.
But
may
I don't know.
Yeah, it's an interesting question of whether it shows up on Transparent
May I interject? Because I looked at this for the city council. It does, for the Belmont City Council, it does say what each person received, but it doesn't say their names. So there seems to be a mix of people who accept and decline different things, including like healthcare. So it will say council member A got this amount, council member B got this amount.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to interject there as well, that there's also a option for healthcare, which I'm not necessarily saying we get involved in that, but that would be another thing to compare to other districts. If other districts do pay any part of the premium. I believe our current policy is that board members could opt into the district healthcare plan, but board members would pay the premiums. So I have heard of other districts where the district actually pays part of the health premiums. And again, it's not required. It's trying to make it more equitable so that if somebody has a job that does not provide great healthcare, that
There's no limit to the equity, like to the point of like, if the district can take on the one more small thing, there's no, not the right word, is deterrent. Somebody who wants to run, and who am I to say, right, but doesn't need it, also gets it. So like you can almost guarantee you're gonna spend 14,400, whether it's to serve the needs of the person who needs the childcare or community, but also me who doesn't.
I don't think you can make that distinction.
There we go, right.
It's everybody's entitled to it if they choose to accept it. That is at their discretion.
Right.
Yeah, I will say if the board chooses to start thinking about health benefits associated with it, the cost probably goes up exponentially. I believe you can support, as I was reading, I would need to double check, up to what you provide employees, but not exceeding. So at, $1,500, $1,300 to $1,500, $1,800 per month per board member, that would add up pretty significantly, pretty quick.
And I'm not interested in doing that, but I do think it would be good to see if there are neighboring districts that do provide healthcare. Can I bring in outside information, or is it better just to ask you guys to find the information for us?
Either.
Just
It will be staff time.
Sure,
We'll have to carve out to do
Okay.
this, Rui and I, if that's the board's desire.
So then I can retract that. I will just send you the link where I found the Belmont City Council, where it listed different amounts that they get.
But it's city council, school districts.
True. But it's still just, it goes to the point of that some people take whatever is offered and most people don't. So it just shows that there's a variation. And so my anecdotal knowledge is that when I reached out to people on Belmont City Council, and this is not anything for consideration for us, it's not possible in the bylaws, they actually have an amount of money put into a retirement plan for them in addition to their stipend, and that they're in the CalPERS plan. So that's not an option for us, but
I
I'm
haven't
just.
read that as an option for.
No, that's not an option for us, but I'm just saying that's how there can be different variations.
Can I just reorient us back to this
Sure.
specific thing? I'd love to hear from the rest of the board members and those who haven't spoken. If they feel, regardless of the amount, again, I don't have a magic number in place. I guess for me, the fundamental thing is, do we feel, or have people felt that the consideration for the board, that how much does economics play in when people are making that choice? Do we feel that's going to diminish the number of candidates that are running, like, i.e. that's like the sole and overriding reason why people are taking themselves out of potential running? It's very hard to, we have no crystal ball, right? And so I don't know how to to figure out that this is the one thing that could solve, and get an increase in volunteerism. If I was assured that this was the one thing of all the myriad of things, then I would be much like, sure, let's maybe even raise it. So I guess the 40 seems to be like an incremental nominal thing, right? But it's a token thing. I mean, if it really was an issue, I mean, it's not. So I'm just curious for what the board feels as if compensation is really playing a crucial role in, I guess, participation levels, or those who want to consider being on the board versus just time in general or some other factor. Sam or Trustee Limehouse, what do you think?
I have no strong opinion one way or the other.
Okay.
I have a number of things. I hope that we don't go in this direction. Number one, I think you're selling the moral high ground. Every time we go out for parcel tax, every time we go out for a bond, someone makes the accusation that we're raising your taxes because then it allows you to get paid more. We have taken compensation in the form of training, but we have elected to invest the money into the kids rather than ourselves. And I think that if you start to talk about monetary compensation, you're potentially turning public service into a transactional relationship rather than what it's intended for, truly public service. And again, you lose that moral high ground when you have these conversations with the public around parcel taxes and bonds, which are an important driver of student achievement. And that's really where our focus should be rather than on compensating the board. I do worry that we're creating a solution for a problem that's theoretical rather than real. We have not seen this to be an issue. We don't know it to be an issue. It sounds like a theoretical argument that sounds, again, good when you say it out loud, but we don't have any evidence to support it. I worry that, $15,000 is not just $15,000. It's $15,000 that right now we're spending on training, travel, lodging, and meals. That now, what do we do with that compensation? Should we take back the meals? Do we take back the lodging? Do we do travel a different way? Do we spend less resources on training? And I do think once you start to open this up, you create a slippery slope. Well, now we need to increase the compensation based on COLA, just like the teachers or just like anyone else. That is problematic in my mind. I do worry that a lot of this argument is based on assumptions rather than, again, a real problem versus a theoretical problem. And it's taking our focus away from student achievement and focusing it back onto the board. So I hope that we don't pursue this very deeply, but I'm 1 of 5. So do as you will.
Trustee Graham?
I want to disagree while agreeing wholeheartedly. I don't know if it's a solution, actually. But again, this is personal, but if the answer is, I'll call it 14,000, the offer of it, or we get, or whatever amount agreed upon below that, to address the needs of the person who's maybe not running so that they will run. But if it's available to anyone, it actually maybe just brings more people in, therefore statistically still lowering their chance of being elected. Because anyone, like I don't need the compensation, but a $14,000 raise per year would benefit me. So if I wasn't considering running, I might. And if we're hoping to bring in more people who maybe need it, more people in general might just run, therefore lowering their chance.
So for clarity, 14,400 is cumulative, 240 times 12. I calculated.
Sorry, all right, whatever, 5,000. Yeah, 5,000 is still good for me. And I would, and if I took it, like, if more people are in it. If I raise the number of people that run, I haven't raised the odds of somebody who needs the 5,000 of getting a position. Because it's not an equity measure, it's an equality measure. Right?
But I think there's no legal mechanism to say that you need to turn in your tax forms in order to.
I agree.
Yeah, in order to get
I'm
this.
saying, to be clear, I agree with what you're saying, Jim. I'm saying, I don't think it's actually a solution to what we're trying to address, no matter what. Because if 3 or 4 or 5 more people do it, because 5,000 would benefit them, you don't actually raise the odds of the person who would need it for the childcare, because more people are doing it.
So and I do want to be respectful of everyone's time, so I'm gonna propose we only spend 5 more minutes as a maximum on this. I would say that the data points that I am coming from are that approximately 10% of our students qualify for free and reduced lunch under the old metrics. So if 10% of our students qualify for free and reduced lunch, then I translate that to 10% of our families for whom getting a babysitter from 5 to 10 p.m. is not an insignificant expense.
Yeah, 10% of our families, single parents.
But just.
I don't know what the percentages are who are single. I don't know if we have that data.
Assumptions, right? So
I'm not even saying assumptions. I fully support, I think, the effort / idea, but 10% is a low number. And then to that point of maybe they have partners or not is an even lower number. But if people in general might be interested in 5,000, the person who already is a minority in the diagram of 100% has less of a chance of winning, because more people will join, and they're already at less than 10%.
I see what you're saying. It might encourage more people to run. I think 240 times 10 is 2,400 plus another 500. I think it's under 3,000. I think it would be under 3,000. I'm just to say it. I don't think it's 5,000. I think it's under.
Okay.
28.
I'm saying whatever number I'm hearing.
I know what you're saying. It'll increase the number of people.
If the financial increase is available to anyone, it potentially brings more people period into a race. And we're talking about a group that is less than 10% of the people. And giving them a chance to be board members, I fully support as one of the people we're talking about. But I'm saying my odds maybe go a little down if more people join for the 2,400 plus 500, whatever numbers are saying. As a member of the 1.3% in Belmont, if one more person joins, my odds go down.
Yes. And I don't want to dominate the conversation. I have had a parent reach out to me who is interested, who is a single parent.
And that's
And they said they won't run unless it's 20.
I'm sorry?
That's anecdata, it's not real data.
But we don't want to ask our staff to go find us metadata. So the data that's free is the anecdotal data that I have met one person who's interested.
And it's biased based on who you interact with.
He reached out to me.
But
I don't know where.
it's still biased based on who you interact with.
Sorry.
I'm saying I have a data point of one person.
There's probably 20 single parents who would want to, I'm not ignoring that one person at all, actually. Right, and I would love for them to take one of those seats. And be financially supported in taking that seat. 100%. And if there was a way to be like, yeah, those who need it, get it. Or there's a spot for the person that we're talking about. 100%, like, whether it's for a diverse board or to support the socioeconomic needs. But this is a limited resource that anyone can gain resources from applying for. Right? Like universal TK is for literally everyone. So like, I don't mind that somebody who doesn't need it gets to eat. but it was like only 10 people can have it. And anyone who wants it can have it. The odds of the 8% of the people getting in line first is actually low. Right? Am I being unclear in that?
I think the only way it make that any amount, whether, you know, I mean, somewhere a board agreed to $40. I think the only way that it makes sense to you, to what you're saying, to your point, to keep it, I guess, altruistic, right? That people are volunteering for the right reasons and not quote a raise. I know what you're saying, is that the amount has to be there so that they can say, like, let's say, well, even just the monthly meetings, right? That they can get the childcare so that they can be in consideration, but obviously it's not supposed to augment, you know, it's supposed to not have them be in a financial hardship to want to serve, right? To want to do public service, knowing that in an ideal world, they would do public service and not accept any compensation. And again, they could still accept it. We're not trying to have them get a bump, like a pump in their whole, and their economic standards. So to your point is maybe that amount, I don't know what that number is, but at some point, somebody said that $40 would be, it's not gonna stop, it's not gonna someone to pause and say, wow, I'm gonna get really lucrative by joining a school board, right? But it could allow them to say, well, it pays for my mileage to get to the meetings, or it will pay for a couple of hours at least, or whatever it was. I mean, I don't know, you know, where that magic number of $40 came from, but somewhere along the line, this board decided they didn't have to have anything. It could have been zero. So somewhere along the line, a past board decided that there was some meaningful amount or an amount that was nominal to try to address this question without doing a big survey. And, you know, and so I'm wondering, is this fine? The other standpoint I will say, to, in the interest of time, is that since this is not in time for these next series of elections, that one possible thought is we stick with the 40, we table this, see what comes from those elections, and then maybe, you know, bring this up again at a later spot. That is another thought.
Can we set a bylaw on distribution?
What's that mean?
Can we set a bylaw on like 2 members can have, or
Say,
can you set how many people can access it?
I
Or does it have to be
don't,
available to all 5?
I would assume so, because
Then it actually makes sense for like those who need it. That would actually.
I'm not sure what the benchmark you'd set to get it, and who would enforce it. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I appreciate what you're saying, but then that would have us figuring out some accounting mechanism
For the board could agree upon distribution.
Yes.
That's like the 5 can decide.
So yes, and what happens if you can't decide? I'm gonna play devil's advocate.
Not even devil's advocate, like literally, I mean, I don't, the devil doesn't need advocates, it has lots of them. Can we just write down the thing that governs? Could you say like, yeah, the group can decide distribution, and if we can't decide, then it's evenly distributed? Like, again, right now at 40, can I turn mine down and say, I would like April to have 80? Can I do that?
Oh,
No, not at this point, no.
And we can't write that in.
So I would check, but I'm gonna venture to say no, because if, let's just hypothetically, you guys are at 240.
Yeah.
And somebody says, April, you take my stipend, I don't want it. Now April's getting 480, which is above her legal maximum. So that would be a no-go.
I think
that complicates it.
Yeah.
We don't know what everyone's personal, so it's either, we either come up with an amount, stick with this amount, or, you know, I mean, there's not enough.
We're only talking about trying to address personal situations, but anyway, I'm not disagreeing with you, I'm saying.
I'm not also disagreeing with the points that trustee Howard brought up in the fact that we are making assumptions that this needs to be modified. I think this came up just when people like the Masters of Governance class, they were very surprised that, well, I thought we were never getting anything. I didn't even know about this. I mean, so, you know, and so I'm just saying that, you know, I don't know. I don't know if this 40, maybe this 40 is fine. I have no idea. I just, it's an interesting perspective to consider. I think right now it is assumptions. I have no basis of data. I don't even have anecdotal points like you brought up. So I'm not sure. So I don't know what the situation is. And so therefore I'm thinking that we see what the struggle is, if there's a struggle to get, I guess, participation in trying to be a school board member. I don't know what the other criteria is to judge on if this needs to be even a topic of discussion going forward.
Just another thought is, it could not take effect until there were an election. In a random thing here, I think because of whenever this came, it's page 2. It's not directly relevant, but it just says the district shall pay the premiums of after January 1st, 1981. So my point is I think we could, if we were to adopt a modified resolution, we could say, starting December 1st, 2024, for the trustees who are elected in the trustee area elections, they will have an option. And that we all who got elected under the $40, which we didn't realize, we are not eligible for it. It's only the people who are coming in, or us, if we run and get elected again.
So what are our options? That we can table this conversation? Because it's just a discussion and think it individually and at home and whatever. Is that where we can be?
Yep, definitely. And if we want to discuss it more at the next meeting, just if you could let Dan or I know that if you want it to be an agenda item or not. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And in the meantime, we will do our best to organize some data that we already have for you.
Sure, thank you, thank you. All right. All right, future board meeting agenda items.
I won't belabor this one. The June meeting is full of LCAP and budget and all those good end of the year items, and that's June. And then we have the school board special meeting on 5/29, just informational meeting about running for the board and informational pieces with that. And I'll work with both President Northrop and Vice President Bruno to schedule the structure for that.
Great, thank you. Any other future board meeting agenda items? Okay, we are going to reconvene to closed session briefly. There will not be a report from the closed session. So I call this open session. Or do I have to ask for an adjournment? Can I get a motion to adjourn?
I don't think we need it.
Second.
Motion moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, so we are moving to closed session and will not return from that. This meeting is adjourned or into closed session.
We'll just stay here if that's okay, for a couple minutes. Yeah.